Chapter 1139. Xiaoduo couldn't take it anymore and fought back. So the scene became chaotic. But it was good. If they didn't go crazy, they wouldn't know how to vent the countless inexplicable emotions that had accumulated in their hearts. Bang, bang, banged. Lei Zhongtian sat in his room in a daze. He couldn't speak of his annoyance. He couldn't speak of his regret. I'm so stupid, really. I've been smart all my life, but I was tricked by 2 kids. I really failed miserably at such an easy task. In the air. Bai Yunduo looked up at the sky, speechless. How could you say that you've been smart all your life? I can understand all the mistakes you've made today, but I really can't agree with what you've just said. After a long time, Xiaoduo finally stopped, gasping for breath. It seems that Grandpa won't help us anymore. Xiaoduo sighed. That seems to be the case. Xiaonian sighed as well. After knowing the identity of their parents, Xiaoduo and Xiaonian knew that they had to do it themselves. Last time, their father went to the ancestral dragon high school and dealt with the matter, then left. Now that they thought about it carefully, the situation was very clear. But with Grandpa's support, I feel that the Wang family is just a small that can be crushed with a finger at any time. Even if there's the suspicious family, it's not enough to reach the apex. I can destroy it with a raise of my hand. But now that Grandpa hasn't done anything, I feel that the Wang family has become a giant again. With our cultivation and strength, we can't do anything at all.
Yes.
Then what should we do now? Aren't I just thinking about it? My head hurts. I clearly have an unimaginable amount of wealth, so much savings, and it's within reach, but I'm not allowed to use it. What do you think this is? Xiaoduo sighed. Aren't they deliberately making things difficult for me? He looked at Xiaonian and hurriedly added, and deliberately making things difficult for Xiaonian? This is too much. Don't think about it. By the way, didn't you say that you're going to visit the Liu family? When are you going? We'll talk about it later, Xiaoduo said pitifully. I'm weak now. I was scared to death by my parents. Sigh, I'm the same. Xiaoduo sighed. It's really strange. Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Yu Moyan, and Li Changming, these bastards, I don't know where they went to train. I can't get through to their phones, and they're not replying to my messages. It's fine if we can't get through to one of them, but now we can't get through to all of them. Even Principal Yi and Teacher Wen don't know where these bastards went. It's really strange. It's really annoying. If only a few of them could come to help, even if they're just depressed with us. But we can't find them. It's really strange. Xiaoduo scratched his head. His hair that he had just used his vitality to make it look like a chicken's nest. Melancholy. At the same time, at the far north of Shangjing, in a quiet and nameless valley, the few people that made Xiaoduo feel melancholy were gathered here. Not only were they all here, but there were even a few more. This group of people included Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Long Yuxing, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Changming, Gao Qiao, Debian, Zhen Piapiao, Yiyan, and Pai Yibao. Except for Pai Yibao, the others were all covered in blood. They surrounded a ferocious demon beast and were fighting fiercely. In the sky, Pai Yibao was floating there, but he didn't have the slightest sense of existence. No one noticed him, whether it was the people or the demon beast. Even Li Chenglong, the leader of the battle formation who arranged for him to stay outside, didn't notice his position at the moment. His sense of existence was really too weak. During this period of time, Pai Yibao's presence had become so low that it made people's hair stand on end. To give a direct example, everyone had been here for such a long time, but every time it was time for a meal, no one would think of calling Pai Yibao. It was only when Li Chenglong habitually called his name and saw Pai Yibao's name tag in his hand that he would remember that there was another person in the group, and this name tag was specially made by Pai Yibao for fear that he would forget about him. Pai Yibao stood in the sky and waved his hand. A long bow appeared in his hand. It was a long bow with a strange shape and an indescribable sense of solemnity. However, the strange shape wasn't the most eye-catching thing about this bow. The most special and unique thing about this bow was that it didn't have a bowstring. In other words, this was a bow without a bowstring. Pai Yibao used his hands to condense qi, and the surging qi of heaven and earth gathered rapidly. Like 100 rivers converging into the sea, a whale swallowing the sea, the qi of heaven and earth poured into the longbow. After a while, the longbow gradually changed. A faint light flashed on both ends of the bowstring. Pai Yibao held the bow with one hand and an arrow with the other. He suddenly pulled it back. In an instant, an arrow that looked like a ray of light appeared in his hand and on the bow. Then, an invisible string appeared on the bowstring. This invisible string, as Pai Yibao poured all his cultivation and a huge amount of qi of heaven and earth into the bow, became more and more full. The light flashed and the heaven and earth were shocked. The light arrow became more and more solid. Finally, the bow was like a full moon, ready to be released. Finally, the light arrow completely solidified. A ray of red light bloomed on the body of the arrow and flowed continuously on the arrow. At this moment, Pai Yibao had poured all his cultivation into this arrow. He didn't even hold anything back for himself. Swoosh! Pai Yibao's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly let go. A ray of light, as if it wanted to split the heaven and earth in half, broke through layer after layer of black space barriers and broke through the air. This arrow was too fast and too swift. It didn't even make any sound. This arrow seemed to have transcended the difference between time and space. It was faster than flowing light. In a flash, it had already hit its target. Their target was a monster that Li Chenglong and the other 11 people were besieging with all their might. It was a monster with 2 heads, 8 arms, 6 tails. Yes, no, it originally had 3 heads. However, one of the heads had already been chopped off. This monster was a very strange demon king. Its body was like a lion, but its head was like a wolf. However, it had a horn like a flood dragon. Its tail was like a fox. Its combat power was unprecedentedly strong. During this period of confrontation and battle, Li Chenglong and the others could be said to have suffered greatly. In the beginning, Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu came to the nearby valley and found that there was an area covered by a strange array. They broke the seal and went inside to explore. Finally, they found a heart-cleansing fruit growing in the innermost position. Heart-cleansing fruit was a legendary treasure. It took 500 years to sprout and grow, 5,000 years to become a tree, another 500 years to bloom, another 500 years to bear fruit. After that, the fruit would mature after another 3,000 years. After 10,000 years, there were only 3 fruits. However, if these 3 fruits were not picked, they would fall to the ground and become the foundation of the heart-cleansing fruit tree. After 10,000 years, it could bear 9 heart-cleansing fruit trees. If it was still not picked by someone after another 10,000 years, that is, after 30,000 years, the heart-cleansing fruit tree would bear 18 heart-cleansing fruit trees. The heart-cleansing fruit tree that Long Yuxing and Wan Lixiu found had 18 heart-cleansing fruit trees that were about to mature. That was to say, this heart-cleansing fruit tree was a big treasure that had been growing for 30,000 years. This kind of spiritual fruit, not to mention eating one, just by smelling the fragrance for a long time could achieve the effect of cleansing the meridians and marrow. It could even be used multiple times to consolidate the foundation of martial arts again and again. There was no after effect at all. If it was eaten directly, the effect was even more amazing. Even if an ordinary person ate this fruit, his body would transform into an innate spiritual body in a very short time. He would become the best and most talented martial artist. With the continuous effect of the medicine, the martial artist could be promoted to a martial master after suppressing the real essence for at least 9 times. Then, he would break through all the way until the effect of the heart-cleansing fruit tree was completely exerted. A 30,000-year-old heart-cleansing fruit tree was enough to make a person with poor aptitude break through all the way from an ordinary person to the most talented peak of transformation cloud. Therefore, this heart-cleansing fruit tree was also called one step to heaven fruit in the legends. After Long Yuxing found this heart-cleansing fruit tree, he also found the guardian monster at the same time. This was reasonable. Besides such spiritual trees and spiritual fruits, there were always guardian monsters who coveted them and regarded them as their belongings. Long Yusheng and Wan Li Xiuqing knew that with the strength of the two of them, it was absolutely impossible to take down this monster at the Demon King level. Naturally, they informed Li Chenglong immediately. Li Chenglong was shocked when he heard the news. He repeatedly told the two of them not to act rashly. Then, he urgently called all the others from all directions and rushed to the site of the incident at night. Until all the people gathered, they began to launch a joint attack. Although they had already planned before taking action, the strength of this unknown demonic beast was unexpectedly strong. It was many times stronger than ordinary demonic beasts of the demonic king realm. More than a dozen people used all their skills, but the joint attack didn't have any effect. Instead, they were on the verge of being wiped out several times. Finally, Li Chenglong carefully observed the demonic beast's attack range and its moves, and explored a feasible strategy to deal with the demonic beast in actual combat. After several days of fierce fighting, everyone paid the price of serious injuries several times before they finally dealt a heavy blow to the demonic beast. Chapter 1140. That time, it was Li Chenglong who controlled the whole situation and mobilized everyone to launch a targeted attack. This created an opportunity for Pai Yibao to shoot one of the monster's heads with an arrow. But from the moment it was severely injured, the monster became even crazier. It attacked with all its might several times, trying to break through the encirclement and rush into the valley. It rushed to the heart-cleansing fruit. Even if the fruit was not ripe yet, it could still exert a powerful effect. If the monster really swallowed it, it would be easy for it to recover instantly. And when that time came, none of the 12 people could escape. So, everyone naturally joined forces to stop it at all costs. This also caused the battle to be extremely tragic. The word miserable was not enough to describe it. Especially after the previous arrow wound, this demonic beast had become even more cautious. It was constantly on guard against any possible attacks, making it difficult for Pai Yibao to find another opportunity. Furthermore, his cultivation level was not very high. If he wanted to shoot an arrow that could severely injure this demonic beast, he would need a considerable amount of time to accumulate his strength. However, this demonic beast obviously would not give him such an opportunity. The current opportunity to attack was Li Zhongming risking his life to launch the Dream Divine technique. He wanted to force the demonic beast into a dream and create an opportunity for Pai Yibao to shoot the arrow, but the current situation was that Li Zhongming really fell asleep and entered a dream. But this demonic beast was only slightly confused, and a little confused. That was all there was to it. If the first head of this demon beast had not been blown off by the sneak attack, it might not have even fainted. Instead, Li Zhongming would have fallen into a state of eternal slumber, never to wake up again. But now, Li Chuming risked his life to create an opportunity. And the current situation, this opportunity, was enough for Pai Yibao. How could he miss such a fleeting opportunity? Pai Yibao pulled the bow and arrow in the sky. The arrow was like a silent thunder, leaping through the sky. One arrow, breaking the sky, breaking the space, killing the soul, killing the life. With a soft sound, the light arrow had been deeply inserted into the right eye of the middle head of the demonic beast, following which, there was a muffled boom as another huge head of the demonic beast exploded. The remaining head of the demonic beast howled miserably towards the sky. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. When Li Chenglong and the others saw that the demonic beast was severely injured again, they all rushed forward and shouted, "Kill it!" Li Chenglong's eyes were almost bleeding. This was the best chance, or perhaps the last chance. In midair, Pai Yibao, who had shot the arrow, fell to the ground like a withered leaf. That arrow had used up all of his focus and all of his strength. At this moment, the sound of something exploding in the air could be heard. That was the shrill shriek of the arrow that had pierced through the void. Yu Moyan roared and leaped into the air. He suddenly turned into a ray of light in the sky. His entire body turned into a demonic sword and rushed forward with unprecedented ferocity. Duguyen followed closely behind. Her entire body turned into a wisp of black smoke that lingered above the devil sword that Umo Yen had transformed into, causing the devil sword's power to suddenly double. The unparalleled devil sword whizzed past and actually pierced through the side of the demonic beast's body, leaving a transparent hole that was the size of a bowl. The demonic beast howled towards the sky. It was in so much pain that it wished to die. Long Yusheng let out a loud roar, and then the image of an azure dragon flashed into appearance in midair. It shook its head and wagged its tail before descending brazenly. Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and the others used all of their strength to fight the final battle. Gao Qiao, Yuyan, and Zhen Piapiao all became one with their swords and charged forward. Now was the time for the final attack. It was also the most extreme time. They could not give the demonic beast any time to breathe. They had to finish it in one fell swoop. After such a long battle, everyone was already at the end of their rope. Once the demonic beast caught its breath, everyone would be done for. There would be no more luck. Puff, puff, puff. The few people who used their last bit of strength pierced through the demonic beast's body. This situation was definitely impossible when the demonic beast was at its peak. It seemed that not only were they at the end of their rope, the demonic beast was also at the end of its rope. The only thing left was to see who would be the first to run out of strength. The demonic beast let out an earth-shattering roar. On its burly body, there were clearly more than 10 transparent bloody holes. Xiang Chong roared, and the overlord halberd fell down. Together with Li Chenglong's sword, they landed on the remaining head of the demonic beast. All of his cultivation was unleashed. Boom. The remaining head of the demonic beast was also smashed into pieces. Red and white parts shot out wildly for thousands of meters, which also marked the end of this battle. The monstrous beast's huge body was still swaying. It had lost all 3 of its heads, and its life had already come to an end. However, it could not swallow its last breath, no matter what. It did not understand. Ever since it mistakenly entered this strange sealed territory thousands of years ago, it had spent a lot of effort to finally kill the original demonic beast king and monopolize this heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. It was only waiting for the heart-cleansing sacred fruit to ripen and eat it. Not only would it be able to advance to the demonic emperor level immediately, but it would also be able to continue climbing higher. Why? Why did it wait for thousands of years? It was clearly about to ripen in a few days. However, this group of uninvited guests had appeared and caused him to be killed at the last moment. Is there any justice in this world? I've been guarding the Bai vegetable for thousands of years. Is it for others to take it? God, do you have eyes or not? God, why do you misjudge the virtuous and foolish? God, why do you invert black and white? Where is the justice? Where is the justice? A transparent shadow floated out of the demonic beast's body. It was the last bit of the demonic beast's soul. It roared with grief and indignation. Why? Boom, boom, boom. Long Yusheng and the other 10 people used all of their remaining strength to launch a series of attacks on the transparent soul, shattering it into pieces. How could there be so many whys in this world? If it's not yours, it won't be yours even if it's a minute or a second later. This is your fate. Your fate should be like this. The demonic beast's huge body swayed for a moment before it finally fell down, causing the ground to sway for a moment. With a groan, Li Zhongming finally woke up. Just now, he used the Great Dream Divine technique in an extreme way. His entire body and even his entire soul fell into a dream state. If this demonic beast didn't die, Li Zhongming could only sleep until the end of time. Of course, this was on the premise that the demonic beast wasn't interested in him and didn't eat him. Success. Li Chenglong's body swayed. He felt that his head was full of chaos and dizziness, as if he was lacking oxygen. Success. Everyone cheered in unison. Everyone was covered in bruises and scars, but now, no one cared about these minor details. They really didn't expect that they could kill such a powerful demonic beast with their god-reigning cultivation. This was a demonic beast that was even stronger than the Demon King. On the other side, in the bushes, Pai Yibao used his hands and feet to crawl out. He really didn't have any strength now. His whole body was like noodles. Just now, he used the method of draining the pond to catch fish to shoot the last arrow. He didn't even leave a seed of vital energy in his body. He used up all his energy and shot a fatal arrow. And using this method, if there was no external help, he wouldn't be able to recover by himself. But he still forced himself to crawl out with pure physical strength, because he was afraid that he didn't have any sense of existence now. If he didn't crawl in front of them, these guys would probably forget about him when they left, if he were to abandon himself here in such a situation. Then he would only end up in a miserable state. You guys, give me something to eat. Pai Bao shouted desperately. Hurry. When you leave later, don't forget about me. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Even though his body was covered in wounds and he was crying out in pain while laughing, he still couldn't stop laughing. Because what Pai Bao said could really happen. He really didn't have any sense of existence. In the direction in front, a tempting fragrance came. The heart-cleansing sacred fruit is ripe. Long Yuxing shouted. He couldn't express his excitement and couldn't express his fear. If the heart-cleansing sacred fruit was ripe half a minute earlier, just this fragrance alone could make the demonic beast feel refreshed. Just the refreshed spirit was enough. The situation of victory and defeat would be reversed immediately. They would be finished sure enough. It was fate. It was not up to them at all. After a while, everyone who had taken the healing medicine more or less recovered some strength gathered in front of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree. The 18 ripe heart-cleansing sacred fruits were exuding a tempting fragrance. Just by smelling the fragrance, everyone felt refreshed. At the same time, the remaining scars on their bodies began to heal the moment they touched the fragrance. It was extremely magical. Everyone was refreshed. They suddenly felt that their hard work just now was not in vain. Good stuff. Really good stuff. Long Yuxing's eyes were shining. He was amazed. This is the real treasure of heaven and earth. Li Zhongming held Yu Yan'er's shoulders and tried his best to support his body. However, his legs were trembling like gluten. However, he just happened to be lying on Yu Yan'er's body and enjoyed it very much. Yu Yan'er's face was red. She couldn't help but mutter in her heart, so heavy. Pai Bao, on the other hand, was sprawled on the ground. Everyone was completely exhausted and no one had any energy left to help him recover his vital energy. His entire body was limp and weak. He greedily breathed in the fragrance. Good stuff. This is really good stuff. It's so comfortable. What's this smell?
Fuck.
Xiang Chong. Hurry up and move your stinky feet away. Chapter 1141. Xiang Chong moved with difficulty and said with a black face, "It was you who took the initiative to crawl under my crotch. How dare you blame me?" Pai Bao's face was full of sadness. Do you think I want to crawl here? I was just tired. Do you think I like the current position? If others see this, my reputation will be ruined. Everyone was drooling as they watched and waited. No one made a move. Good things were good things, but at this time, no one was willing to show their desire. Besides, there were so many people, and someone had to speak. So everyone looked at Li Chenglong together. Sua Xiaoduo was not here, so Li Chenglong had the final say. Li Chenglong took a deep breath and stepped forward. He stood in front of everyone and said in a deep voice, "This heart-cleansing fruit is an opportunity for each of us to reach the sky in a single bound. What's more, there are enough heart-cleansing fruits here. We don't have to worry about the problem of uneven distribution. Now, let's discuss our distribution in detail." Long Yuxing said directly, "What's the point of discussing? Just tell us the plan. We don't want to think about it. I guess you already have a plan in mind, right?"
Just say it.
Everyone said in unison, "Say it. Don't waste time." Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and felt choked. He said, "If Sua were here, who would dare to be so rude? None of you treat me as a cadre. You still want to be a cadre. If you don't say it, we'll beat you together. So many people can't beat Sua, but can't we beat you?"
Okay.
Li Chenglong said, "I won't talk nonsense. I think there are a total of 18 heart-cleansing fruits here. The 12 of us here will naturally give one to each of us. We'll pick it and eat it immediately. In addition to the 12 that we consumed, 2 of the remaining 6 must be reserved for Zwa and sister-in-law. Even if Zwa really can't come back, we'll have to wait for 2 years before we decide what to do with the one reserved for him. Li Chenglong said, "Does anyone have any objections to this?" 2 years of buffer time. No matter what Zwa Xiaoduo did or what he did in seclusion, it was more than enough. If he didn't appear after 2 years, then it was possible that he would never appear again in this lifetime. Regarding this point, everyone already had a consensus in their hearts, but they rarely said it out loud. We have no objections. Everyone spoke in unison. As for the last 4, what I mean is that we have 2 choices. The first choice is for us to keep them in reserve. In case someone encounters an accident that damages their foundation and causes serious injuries to their origin, we can use one. This is our team's shared resource, our hidden trump card. As for the second option, it is to hand these 4 pills over to the higher-ups. Perhaps this move can cultivate 4 more powerhouses for the astral souls. Li Chenglong said, "Which method should we adopt? Everyone please give me your opinion. No matter which choice is good, I can't make a decision on this. Everyone has to express their opinions. At least we can make a decision." Everyone looked at each other, but they couldn't make up their minds at the same time. Keeping them was equivalent to having an extra safeguard and 4 extra lives, but it would be a waste. If they handed them over, they were somewhat reluctant to do so. Li Chenglong saw that everyone was silent for a long time, so he simply said, "This choice must be finalized as soon as possible. Later, I will ask you some questions, and you can answer from your heart. Just express your thoughts. First, I'll ask a non-staff member, Zhan Piapiao, what's your opinion?" Zhan Piapiao looked at everyone and lowered her head. After thinking for a long time, she said in a low voice, "I prefer the second option." She raised her head and said, "I also want to keep a trump card for the team. If we keep the 4 spiritual fruits, we may be able to save 4 of us from a disaster. But if we take them out, we will have 4 more geniuses. As for how far these 4 geniuses can go, that's a matter of the future. It's hard to say. But if we don't encounter any injuries that can only be healed by the sacred heart-cleansing fruit in our lifetime, it seems to be more meaningful than having 4 more geniuses. Even if we really encounter that kind of injury, as long as the 4 of us don't encounter that kind of injury, the 4 more geniuses can still fill the void that we lack. On the other hand, if we keep the sacred heart-cleansing fruit in the future, it will undoubtedly be a waste. Even if the effect of the fruit doesn't disappear, we will still miss the opportunity to increase the astral souls. I'm done." As soon as Zhan Piapiao finished her words, she lowered her head again. This was because Li Chenglong had clearly stated that he was a non-staff member of the squad. Being an unofficial member meant that she was not an official member. Zhan Piapiao, who had always cared about this, could not help but feel inferior. Her words lacked confidence. "I agree with Zhan Piapiao." Gao Qiao saw Li Chenglong looking at her and immediately said, "I agree with the same reason as Zhan Piapiao." Long Yuxing and Wan Li Xiu said at the same time, "Then let's do it." When the 2 of them were together with Li Chenglong, they were already used to not using their brains. Yu Mo said, "If it was peacetime, I wouldn't even be willing to give up a whiff of the fragrance. But under the current situation, I agree to give it up." "I agree," Xiang Chong said. Xiang Bing nodded at the side. Li Zhongming and Yu Yan did not express any objection. At this moment, a voice came from Xiang Chong's crotch. "I agree." Everyone looked over. Who was Pai Yibao, who was lying there without any sense of presence. If it was not for this voice, everyone would have forgotten about this guy. Along with this shout, it immediately caused a new round of roaring laughter. The main reason was that the image of Pai Yibao sticking his head out from Xiang Chong's crotch was quite amusing. If that's the case, each of us will take 1. We will keep 2 for Zwa and sister-in-law. The remaining 4 will all be handed over. When we return to the school, we will hand them over to Principal Yi and let him pass them to the higher-ups. Principal Yi won't hold them back, right? Principal Yi has always been protective of the students of Hidden Dragon High School. Will he? Yu and Mo Yen objected. Absolutely not. Li Chenglong, Gao Qiao, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing all shook their heads. They had been in Hidden Dragon High School for a long time. They trusted Principal Yi Chongqing from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Chongqing was not the kind of person who only cared about himself and did not care about the big picture. The next one is this fruit tree. Li Chenglong said in a deep voice, "This baptism fruit tree has been through tens of thousands of years. It has become a treasure. With this tree, as long as you live long enough, you will be able to obtain a considerable amount of heart-cleansing fruit every 3,500 years. If everyone can live long enough, everyone's descendants will be able to get a share." At this point, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that they could get a lot of benefits. I personally suggest that this fruit tree be temporarily placed in my private cave abode. My private cave abode is a world of its own, and will not delay the growth of the fruit tree. This is also the only way we can take this fruit tree away. If Zua returns, I will immediately hand this tree over to Zua. Zua's cave abode has better conditions than mine, and is more suitable for the cultivation of spirit plants. When he said this, Li Chenglong hesitated for a moment, but still said it. This was because this was the only way to maximize the benefits. Although the Yingzhao cave abode that he had obtained had the ability to change the flow of time, it was far inferior to Zhou Xiaoduo's Tower of Annihilation. Li Chenglong was well aware of this. If Zhou does not return, then I will temporarily take care of it on behalf of everyone. When it bears fruit in the future, apart from those who are still alive who can participate in the distribution, those who were unfortunately sacrificed, as long as there are descendants, will still have the right to get a share of the fruit. I mean, in case there are people who were unlucky enough to die. Li Chenglong looked at everyone. What does everyone think? No objections. Everyone nodded in unison without hesitation, indicating that they agreed with Li Chenglong's suggestion. Li Chenglong had even considered the life and death of his descendants. He was much more thorough than the others. He was truly farsighted. So, how could he have any objections? Also, regarding that strange demon beast whose name we don't know, there is not much left that can be used now. What I mean is that this demon beast has about 13,000 kilograms of flesh and blood left. We should divide it evenly. Li Chenglong raised his hand to stop everyone from speaking. Listen to me first before you voice your opinions. The flesh and blood of these demon beasts are also excellent things that can improve your cultivation. Once it is in your hands, no matter what you do with it, it is your personal choice. No one will restrict you. As for whether you ultimately choose to hand it over to the military, to the school, to your family, or even to keep it for yourself to improve your cultivation, it is everyone's freedom. No one is allowed to interfere. This is the first point. Then, the bones of the demon beast will be equally distributed. Once it is in your hands, you can use it however you want. Whether it is to make weapons or to make wine, it is up to you to decide. Thirdly, there must be bone pearls and marrow pearls in this demon beast's body. We will cut it open later to determine the number. If there are 14 pearls, each person will get one, including Zhua and sister-in-law. If there is more, we will donate the excess. If there is not enough, even if there is only one less, we will donate it all. I do not allow and do not hope that there will be any complaints or unfair situations in our team. Does anyone have any objections to this?
No.
Everyone shook their heads in unison. As for the demon beast's inner core, it is estimated that there is only one of it. If it can be divided, everyone can solve it on the spot and use it as your personal foundation. If it cannot be divided, then donate it. For this inner core, Zhua and sister-in-law will not be considered. Chapter 1142. Let's see if this inner core can be solved on the spot. If it can be absorbed separately, the faster the better. That's the best way to get the most benefits. Does anyone have any objections? No. Li Chenglong smiled. If so, let's go. Let's improve our strength first. Then we'll go out and find Zhua. Okay. Long Yuxing laughed. After eating this, our strength will definitely improve considerably. Maybe we can even surpass Su's level. If that's the case, when we see Zwa again, we won't be in a hurry to give him the sacred fruit. We have to take turns to fight with him first. If we don't take revenge first, we'll be walking in the dark and nobody will see us. That's right. That guy has beaten me up badly these years. Li Zhongming grinned. Yu Moyan's eyes flashed. Apparently, he was also eager to try. Li Chenglong smiled knowingly and said, "Since that's the case, then let's make a happy decision. We'll beat him up first, and then give him the fruit." Wan Lixiu pondered and said, "Then, what if he surpasses us again after eating the fruit, and then turns around to beat us again? What should we do?" Pausing for a moment, he continued, "Have you all forgotten about Boss Su's temper? After suffering our revenge, when he regains the upper hand in strength and can fight back, he will be despicable to the heavens." Everyone was speechless. In fact, it wasn't just a possibility, it was a definite possibility. "What you're discussing has nothing to do with me. I'm loyal to Zwa." Gao Qiao smiled. "You'll have to worry about this profound problem by yourselves." Well, before the revenge plan could be carried out, there was already a traitor. Long Yusheng and the others were all depressed. "Forget it. How can we be the ones to take revenge on our boss? Sigh. Give up, give up. Ha ha ha. Hurry up and cultivate. There's a seal in this broken place that isolates everything from the outside world. We don't know anything. It's like being isolated from the world. It's fine. It's only been a few days. What big changes can happen outside? Eat the fruit. Eat the fruit. After eating the fruit, we'll split the inner core. Hurry up and catch up with Zwa." The book was short. Of the 18 fruits, each person ate one.
There were still 6 left.
They were still hanging from the branches and had not been picked. Then everyone worked together to dig a hole that was at least 1,000 feet wide. After confirming that not a single strand of hair had been damaged, Li Chenglong moved them all into Ing Zhao's immortal's cave. By the time the demonic beast's body was completely divided, only one inner core was left. The efficacy of the sacred fruit had gradually increased to the point where everyone had to circulate their martial arts to dissolve it bit by bit. Everyone naturally didn't dare to be negligent. They all sat down cross-legged and naturally formed a defensive formation for each other. They began to cultivate and digest the enormous medicinal strength. The effect of the sacred fruit was really magical. It actually expelled all the impurities from everyone's body, forming a kind of complete cleansing state from the inside out. However, the atmosphere around the 12 people sitting together was worse than if they had fallen into a latrine pit. Everywhere was filled with the stench of vomit, and they couldn't move. The men were slightly better off, but the 6 ladies were so embarrassed that they almost fainted. Which one of them wasn't a fragrant little fairy? Now, it was so smelly that they couldn't smell it. There were so many people around, and they had to continue to stay in this state, unable to move at all. This kind of dark history would probably be talked about for the rest of their lives. But the situation was like this. The 6 women, who were well aware of the pros and cons, could only choose to close their eyes and pretend that they were completely in a state of meditation. They pretended that they couldn't see or smell anything. None of this has anything to do with me. It was like you could never wake up a person who was pretending to be asleep. Pretending to be in a state of meditation could also avoid the current awkwardness. Although it was self-deception, the effect was still remarkable. As they cultivated and pretended to be in a state of meditation, they listened to the men beside them, who couldn't hold back their laughter. Gao Qiao, and the others were so angry that their lungs almost exploded. They all swore that if there was a next time, no matter what, they wouldn't cultivate with such a group of men. What the hell is this? Listen to what they are saying.
Uft.
So smelly. What's that smell?
It's
such a strange smell. You say it's smelly, and there's a little fragrance. What an idiot. That fragrance is clearly the smell of cosmetics, you idiot. Cosmetic smell? Yes, yes. Could it be that this smell? You guessed right. Io Long Yusheng, your wife is smelly. Your wife is the one who is smelly. It's so strange. Aren't the little fairies all fragrant? Why is there such a smell? What do you know? Even if you are a fairy, you still have to eat grains.
There's also that.
What's that? Scram. Among the group of men, only Yu Moyan was more taciturn. The rest of them, such as Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, Pai Yibao, and Xiang Chong, each one of them could be counted as one after another. One after another, they talked with delight, and their crow-like laughter never stopped. What was most intolerable was that in the end, the silent Yu Yen actually joined in. The moment he joined in, it was as if he had opened up a chatterbox. The intensity of his conversation was not inferior to the other 5 people. It was as if he was a completely different person from usual. The 6 men chatted enthusiastically, as happy as mice, as if they were celebrating the new year. It proved that men who were not married had limited EQ. Even someone as wise and steady as Li Chenglong was lacking EQ. The most direct result appeared very quickly. After they finished cultivating, the 6 women found a place to take a bath. Then, they turned into 6 ice mountains. Strangers are not allowed to enter. The most miserable ones were Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Li Changming, and Yu Moyan. Xiang Bing, Wan Li Xiao, Yu Yan and Du Yan, they did not even look at their fiancé. It was as if they would never talk to each other again, and break up. Gao Qiaoer and Zhen Piapia were still beating the drums on the side. They seemed to be calm, but in fact, every beat hit the vital points. Their tongues were as sharp as knives, and every word hit the heart. He, a man who even laughs at his own wife. I really don't know how to rely on him. He, what kind of person is this? He doesn't even protect his own wife. What can we expect from him in the future? Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, but when disaster strikes, they fly away separately. This sentence is really true. If it was me, I would have broken up with him. If not, would you let him stay for the new year? I really don't see what's so good about him. How can such a stinky man deserve a wife? Li Chenglong and the other 3 were in a terrible state. They kept apologizing, but this time, they had really offended him. Xiang Bing and the others did not show any mercy. Du Yan had just shown signs of softening when she was mocked by the other 5 women. Oh, there's a traitor among us. Can't you be more promising? With a woman like Yan around, when will the status of women be raised? If he can still be forgiven like this, we should have cut him off tonight when he's unprepared. Under the hostile gazes of her sisters, Du Yan had no choice but to continue not forgiving Yu Yan, and no matter how Li Chenglong and the others bowed and apologized. In the end, their hearts were as hard as steel. When it was time to absorb the spiritual energy of the inner core, the 6 women did not hesitate to pay 3 times the price to cut the inner core and let the 6 of them find a place to absorb it. No matter what, they would not be with these stinky men. We've been completely hurt by these stinky men. All of you, just wait for me. Go away. During this special training process, the mainland of Astral Souls, Zhou Shuai's team, and the women's rights organization suddenly became a fighting force. This indifference lasted until the absorption of the inner core was completed and everyone left the valley. Finally, there was a change. Moreover, it was not a change of heart. Instead, it was a piece of news that made everyone's hearts heavier than ever. Only then did they gather to discuss things. The thing was, Zhou Xiaoduo had finally reappeared in the world. Now, at this moment, he was in Shangjing. To what was even more shocking, or to everyone, was the extremely negative news that Qin Fangyang was killed. He Yuenue's grave was destroyed. Zhou Xiaoduo was in Shangjing, planning revenge. It was said that he had turned the world upside down. The current situation in Shangjing was unpredictable and unpredictable. Extreme conflicts were inevitable. When they heard this news, they did not even have the time to be happy that they had found Zhou Xiaoduo. Instead, they were stunned by the bad news. Especially Long Yuxing, Li Zhongming, Wan Li Xiao, Li Chenglong, and Yu Yan, the 5 of them felt as if they had been hit hard on the head. Their bodies swayed, and stars appeared in front of their eyes. Yu Yan sat on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. His face was pale. After this upgrade, everyone's cultivation had reached the peak of the nascent profound realm. Moreover, it was suppressed more than 10 times with the help of the sacred heart-cleansing fruit. In terms of the quality and quantity of spiritual energy, they had reached the level of breaking through to the sky realm. The only thing they lacked was a kind of enlightenment. As long as this enlightenment came, 12 sky realm cultivators would be born on this continent. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy of the heart-cleansing sacred fruit was still in the stage where it could continue to exert its effect. Even if they broke through the current realm, it could still push their cultivation base a big step forward on the basis of the sky rank. With this kind of cultivation as the foundation, Umo Yen, who had completely recovered and was not injured, was stimulated to the point that he spat out blood. It could be seen how big of a shock this news had to everyone. Chapter 1143. Li Chenglong's eyes were bloodshot, and his killing intent was unprecedented. At all costs, we must avenge the old principal and Mr. Qin. Let's go to Shangjing now. Xiang Bing, Xiang Chong, and the others all expressed their support. Therefore, the team of 12 didn't disband. Instead, all of them rushed to Shangjing overnight. Li Chenglong contacted Zhou Xiaoduo as he rushed. He needed to know what was going on. What was going on here? He had to make early preparations and plans for the upcoming extreme war. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian couldn't do anything about their grandpa's sudden change from the role of the demon ancestor to the role of a pig pretending to be dead in his room. On the second day after their grandpa entered his room, Zhou Xiaoduo saw that it was already past 7 in the morning. Therefore, he and Zhou Xiaonian went to knock on the door and asked their grandpa to come out for breakfast. They saw the demon ancestor with a warm white towel on his forehead. He opened the door and walked out with a sickly face. Then, he said something that terrified Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian. They almost lost their minds on the spot. I have a cold. I have a cold. As soon as they heard these words, their brains immediately crashed, and then they were horrified. All that was left was horror. Looking at their grandpa's sickly and weak face, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian finally came back to their senses. They were speechless. What else could they do? They could only say that they believed him. A top master of the generation, one of the top masters in the world, a lofty figure like the almighty immortal, told them that he had a cold. What else could they do other than express their horror? Once a martial artist reached the primordial core realm, they would be immune to the illnesses of ordinary people for the rest of their lives. At the very least, those minor illnesses and disasters that belong to ordinary people would not be able to get close to them. However, this old man, who had reached the primordial core realm, could actually force himself to catch a cold once in order to avoid working for his grandson. This operation was really crazy. He was so drunk that he could topple a city with his drunkenness. Then, he could topple a country with his drunkenness. There was truly no one else like him. No one else, really no one else. According to their original plan, Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian went out to visit the Liu family. After leaving the house, Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head and sighed all the way. Do you know why we can't be salted fish? You know that we are the most powerful second generation, but we still have to work hard every day and put in so much effort to fight for ourselves. This is the reason. This is the reason. Zhou Xiaoduo paused for a while and continued to sigh. Just look at our grandfather and you'll know. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. With our grandfather in such a state, our parents have directly left the mainland. If we don't work hard and take care of ourselves, we might as well rely on them. It's more realistic to expect a pie from the sky. Zhou Xiaoduo's face was full of depression. His face was dispirited, and his 7 emotions were written all over his face. The surprise and excitement of knowing that he was a super second generation only existed for a few minutes. It shattered like a dream. The difficulty of life is, you can rely on your looks, but you have to rely on your talent. You can rely on your parents, but you have to work hard on your own. You can win without doing anything, but you are forced to risk your life. You want to be a salted fish, but you are forced to become a shark. What can you do? Life is really not as you wish. Zhou Xiaoduo said with infinite melancholy. Tell me, what's the use of me being a super second generation? Zhuo Xiaonian rolled her eyes. She didn't know whether this guy was complaining or showing off. On the surface, it sounded like he was complaining. However, with Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo being together for so many years, how could she not understand this guy's thoughts? This guy couldn't be judged by common sense. If it weren't for my perseverance, if it weren't for my overflowing talent. Sure enough, Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally changed from complaining to bragging. What are you going to do next? Zhuo Xiaonian blurted out, rudely interrupting Zhuo Xiaoduo's bragging. Don't you see that none of these old guys are willing to help us? What else can we do? We can't do anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Now we can only take one step at a time. If we find an opportunity, we naturally have to lie down. However, if we want to win without doing anything, it's definitely impossible. Grandpa even used the trick of pretending to be sick. That's obvious. Zhuo Xiaonian breathed a sigh of relief. I think so too. However, don't you think that our grandfather can actually say that he has caught a cold? Don't you think that it's an amazing sight? Zhuo Xiaoduo said with a distressed expression. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaonian helped to explain, but her body honestly couldn't help laughing. Ha ha. I guess he really didn't have any other choice. He had no choice but to do this. Do you really want to win without doing anything? Zhuo Xiaonian asked seriously. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo seriously considered it for a long time. After a long time, they had already walked 500 or 600 steps. Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a heartbroken, dejected, and disappointed tone, Life. As long as you can win without doing anything, who would be willing to risk their lives? As long as you can live well, who would be willing to wander about? Isn't it the same principle? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed sadly. It's a pity that now, it's destined to be a dream. It's impossible. Impossible? Zhuo Xiaonian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's face with her bright eyes. It's impossible. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Ever since I found out about our parents' true identities, I knew that it's impossible to win without doing anything. If Grandpa was the only one at the peak, and Mom and Dad were just juniors, then we still have a chance to win without doing anything. There's no problem at all.
But now.
Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly and walked forward with heavy steps. The family has 3 people at the peak at the same time. Each of them has a high position and power, and their cultivation is unparalleled. As their children, will only be under more pressure. Zhuo Xiaonian also sighed and said, Yes, I have the same feeling. I don't need to explain it in 400 to 500 words, right? The 2 of them went all the way to the Liu family. They didn't know if it was an illusion or if it was real. Both of them felt that their figures were much taller and straighter than before. Even their appearances were much more dignified than before. Even their demeanor seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally approaching the most perfect side of them. They didn't force it, nor did they have any other thoughts. Everything was so natural, almost instinctive. Therefore, a young man and a young woman appeared in front of the Liu family's door. There was an indescribable elegance, and an indescribable elegance. The courtesy and treatment given by the Liu family was also extraordinarily high-end. The door of the main house was wide open. 2 rows of Liu family members stood neatly on both sides. The head of the Liu family, his wife, and several elders of the Liu family came out to welcome them. Honorable guests, please excuse me for not going out to meet you. The head of the Liu family, Liu Yingfeng, was very tall and straight. He looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian with an indescribable fondness and kindness in his eyes. These were his daughter's 2 favorite students in her life. Now that they had come to the Liu family, it was like his daughter, who had been away for more than 80 years, had returned to her mother's home. This kind of feeling that could only be felt in dreams made Liu Yingfeng's heart sour and soft. Old master, you don't have to care so much. You are our elder. Zhuo Xiaonian said obediently. We're here to visit the old lady on behalf of Grandma He. Her words immediately made all the members of the Liu family feel cordial. Many people's eyes even reddened. Madame Liu, who was beside the head of the Liu family, suddenly trembled and tears almost fell. Good girl, come in quickly.
Come in.
Don't stand at the door when you're home. Madame Liu held Zhuo Xiaonian's hand and walked in. In a trance, it seemed that her daughter had returned to her arms again. She was still at the prime of her life, and she was still delicate and obedient. The scene that she had dreamed of countless times in the middle of the night was condensed in front of her eyes. At the moment of the ups and downs of her heart, it was difficult for her to restrain herself. Tears were full and almost burst out of her eyes. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled and suddenly said loudly, "I am a student of Phoenix City's second high school, Zhuo Xiaoduo. I am the successor of the old principal, He Yuanyue's Qi observation technique. Today, I came to Shangjing to visit the Liu family. On behalf of the old principal, I would like to greet your parents who have been away for many years." He took 2 steps back and bowed deeply with utmost respect. Liu Yingfeng's lips trembled. For a moment, she couldn't speak. Her throat seemed to be blocked by surging emotions. "In accordance with the wishes of the old principal, I have prepared a few gifts for the elderly. I hope that the elderly will be healthy, happy, and have a long life." Liu Yingfeng said in a hoarse voice, "Child, your arrival is already the best gift." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "I'll give the Liu family 3 7th grade 9th grade face-retaining elixirs. I hope that Madam will be young forever. 10 longevity golden elixirs. 10 beast cores of king-level demonic beasts. 10 poison avoidance pearls. 10 10,000 years elixirs. 50 kilograms of emperor-level monster meat. 10 divine weapons and sabers." Zhuo Xiaoduo took out 99 gifts without hesitation. Some of these things were owned by Zhuo Xiaoduo, some were collected with the help of Zhuo Xiaonian, some were given by his parents in the past, and some were just asked from his grandfather. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate, nor was he stingy. He took everything out. Zhuo Xiaoduo had never been so generous in his life. But this time, he didn't care about the cost and was very sincere. He wanted to make up for the old principal's regret of not being filial to his parents. No matter how much it cost, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't hesitate. In order to give face to the old principal, not to mention these things, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo had to go bankrupt and contribute all his wealth, he would still take it out. Chapter 1144. Hearing this series of gifts, the entire Liu family was shocked. The bitterness, relief, glory, surprise, and the softness and longing in the depths of their hearts all exploded at this moment. Too much, too much. Liu Yingfeng murmured with tears in his eyes. The Liu family was also a family with a long history. Every family that could be ranked among the ranks of the aristocratic families in Shangjing was in existence with a large family business. However, many of the gifts that Zhuo Xiaoduo gave this time were the best of the best. There were even many treasures. Just one of them was enough to become the heirloom of a top aristocratic family like the Liu family in Shangjing. And Zhuo Xiaoduo took out hundreds of such things at once. Compared to everything that the Liu family's old principal has done for Phoenix City, this is not much at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo said seriously, "We're just afraid that it's not enough to express our sincerity. Please, old man, don't refuse. This is our sincerity as students and also a sincerity on behalf of the old principal." Zhuo Xiaonian and Zhuo Xiaoduo bowed together and said. Liu Yingfeng sighed softly, holding back the surging emotions in his heart. He tried his best to control it, but his voice was still hoarse and trembling. He said, "Okay, then put it all away." Yes. The several elders did not dare to let others do it, so they did it themselves. These treasures were really too precious. With these as a foundation, as long as they were used properly, it was enough to ensure the prosperity of the Liu family for thousands of years. And all of this was only because the Liu family raised a good daughter. Madame Liu was sobbing. Holding the 3 face-retaining pills that were given to her, she cried until she could not speak. Although these 3 face-retaining pills were given by Zhuo Xiaoduo, she clearly felt that the daughter that she missed the most and loved the most was standing in front of her and putting the pills in her hands. She seemed to be able to clearly hear her daughter say with admiration, "Mom, I'm leaving.
Take care."
At this moment, Madame Lu only felt that her liver and intestines were cut to pieces, and she was in so much pain that she wanted to die. Even if she had to give up the entire world, even if all these things were gone, as long as she could get her daughter back home, she would do anything. But it was impossible. Pass down my order. Today, the Lu family will hold a grand banquet to celebrate. LV Yingfeng's voice trembled as he ordered. Invite all the students from Phoenix City, as long as they are still in Shangjing. Lu family, let's have a family feast. As a teacher, my greatest achievement is to have students all over the world. The happiest, the most glorious, and the happiest thing was that the students who had graduated for so many years still remembered to write to him, and even came to visit him at home. This is the lifetime achievement of a teacher, the true achievement, the greatest achievement. I'll entertain the students on behalf of my Qianqian and your old principal. Open the family's oldest storehouse and take out the Lu family's oldest wine. Let's get drunk today. We won't go home until we're drunk. Xiao Duo, Xiao Nian, please. This is the home of your old principal and also the home of Phoenix City's second high school. It will always be. Please. The Lu family celebrated this day as a festival. The entire family was busy. All the disciples of the Lu family who were not far from here were summoned back, especially He Yuanyue's brothers. Your sister's students are here to visit the family. Come back and meet them. Look good and dress up. Don't embarrass your sister. Come back quickly. Before the banquet, the head of the Lu family brought Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian into the study. Madame Lu returned to the inner residence to rest because she was too emotional. The head of the Lu family study was very large and magnificent. However, what really attracted Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian's attention was a painting on the wall. The painting was of a peerless young girl in purple. Her eyebrows and eyes were as picturesque as a painting, and there was still a hint of youthfulness that had not faded. Not only was she delicate and cute, but she was also full of heroic spirit. She was holding a long sword in her hand, as if she was playing with it. Her hair was like a waterfall, and her eyes were full of wisdom. A few wisps of wind blew through the window at the right time. The beautiful girl in the painting seemed to come alive in the gentle breeze. Her clothes fluttered, and she was in high spirits. Lu Yingfeng saw the two of them looking at the painting and smiled.
This
is Qianqian. This is the old principal? Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian were in disbelief. After all, in their hearts, the old principal was that old man with white hair and wrinkled skin who was confined to a wheelchair all year round. There were a few lines of words on the painting. My beloved daughter, Qianqian. The most tender and delicate girl, my flesh and blood is tied to her heart. She was called a talent since childhood. Her beauty is comparable to that of a fairy. When the storm arose, she carried her sword to Tiannan. There were many ghosts in Jianghu, but her wings were broken and she was buried in the human world. Flesh and blood nurtured seedlings, a new chapter of the Loyal Heart Manual. She did not return for 100 years. Only by the phoenix's side, young eagles soared to the sky. Plums and peach blossoms rejoiced everywhere. She thought in her heart every day and held in her dreams every night. If there is the meaning of reincarnation, we will continue our fate in the next life. The two of them recited softly and savored the taste carefully. The wording of the poem was quite ordinary. The words and sentences could even be said to be crude. The tone was also not standard. However, the strong emotions that flowed out of it could be seen at a glance and entered one's heart and soul. As long as one knew about this matter, when they saw this poem, there was no one who was not moved. This is my daughter's portrait. I drew the painting. I wrote the poem. Lu Yingfeng looked at his daughter in the painting, his eyes full of love as before. When Qianqian met with the accident, I still didn't know how to draw. I heard that if a painting entered the divine path, the words would be followed by the law. With a single stroke, the person in the painting could return to the human world and reconstruct a body of flesh and blood. This old man began to cultivate painstakingly from then on. It has been close to 100 years now. I always thought about when I could draw my daughter and bring her back to life healthily and adorably. Then she would hug my neck and call me daddy. I always knew that she was teaching in Phoenix City, but her cultivation was destroyed and her face was old. She begged me not to see her. At first, I could still sneak a few glances, but later, that brat Qin Fangyang came to Phoenix City. But this old man missed her every day. Luing Feng looked at the portrait in a daze and muttered, "Now, she is finally free.
Gone.
She will never call me daddy again. Even if there is an afterlife, even if there is reincarnation, she is no longer my treasure. I don't know whose treasure she has become. I hope that family can love and love their daughter as much as I do." He reached out, his fingers gently brushing the portrait, as if he wanted to fix his daughter's messy hair that was blown by the wind. "This old man is really happy to see you too." Luing Feng exhaled from the bottom of his heart and said with relief and sadness, "Every time I see the students from Phoenix City's second high school, it is as if I see Qianqian's life's work. They are all like my grandchildren." "That's great," Luing Feng said. Zhou Xiaoduo and Zhou Xiaonian did not know what they were feeling. They only felt countless emotions rushing into their hearts. It was an extremely complicated and indescribable feeling that could not be described with words. In the portrait, there was a girl with peerless beauty. In Phoenix City, there was a white-haired, skinny old woman in a wheelchair. For a moment, they felt suffocated and panicked. The three of them sat in the study. Luing Feng made tea and greeted them. Zhou Xiaonian stepped forward, took the teapot, and poured tea for the three of them. The portrait was hung on the wall. The wind blew in from the window, gently moving it up and down. Ever since the portrait was hung, Luing Feng's study window had never been closed. His daughter liked to play outside, especially the garden outside the study. Now, his daughter's favorite flower had grown into a big flower tree with a canopy of more than 20 meters. The old thing was still there, but the person was no longer there. On the first day of my daughter's birth, the first person to carry her was me. I still remember that day, in my arms, the little ball of meat that had yet to open her eyes. Luing Feng stood in front of the portrait and looked at it lovingly. When Qianqian was young, she liked to ride on my neck and take her to the garden. The first word she learned was daddy. Tears welled up in his eyes, and then they turned into a cloud of smoke. Then he did not say anything. Instead, he turned around and sat in front of the desk. "This is all I know about the Wang family." Luing Feng casually handed over a document. "This is the part of the Lu family's revenge and the progress. This is the direction of our future actions. This is..." Luing Feng's face was elegant, and his figure was slender. He looked like a middle-aged scholar, gentle and refined. In fact, he was certified by the top families in Shangjing as a peaceful person who stood aloof from worldly affairs and was kind to others. However, after receiving the news that He Yuanyue's tomb had been destroyed, Luing Feng's entire person changed. Even his state of mind, which was as still as water and rarely fluctuated, was destroyed. "I know why you are here, and I also know that you'll have follow-up actions. But this matter is not only your matter. The Lu family will never back out. Even if I have to wipe out the entire clan and bury it, I will avenge my daughter." So far, the Wang family's various shops, businesses, clubs, venues, and companies have been destroyed by us. Luing Feng said indifferently, "But this is far from enough. It is far from enough to hurt the Wang family. My request is not high. No matter what, I still have to give some face to the hero of the continent, the war god of astral souls. I have never thought of exterminating the Wang family. My ultimate goal is to mobilize the Wang family, and then I will personally dig up their ancestral tombs. Other than Heavenly King Gu Hong's tomb, I will dig up all the other tombs. This is the ultimate goal of the Lu family. The simplest way to end this is an eye for an eye. You dug up my daughter's tomb, so I will dig up their ancestral tombs. As for the grudge, we can settle it slowly. In the future, there will be plenty of time. One day, either the Lu family or the Wang family will be wiped out. The grudge will also end one day. My daughter, I was the first one to hold her. I was the first one to bring her into this world.
Now.
The last thing she'll do in this world will also be done by me, her father. Chapter 1145. Lu Yingfeng was very calm. Since the decision has been made, there's no need to hesitate. As for you, students of Phoenix City, if you have the ability and are willing to help, I'm grateful. The Lu family is grateful, but everyone has to act according to your ability. Your old principal nurtured you for the future well-being of this continent and the safety of the human race. She definitely doesn't want to see you die here to avenge her. So, in principle, we don't want the students of Phoenix City to interfere in this matter. If there's really any damage, we won't be able to explain it to Qianqian in the future. Moreover, I don't want my Qianqian to accuse me of using her students to strengthen the Lu family. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were speechless. Lu Yingfeng's attitude was very clear and firm. At noon that day, all the members of the Lu family gathered for a family banquet. The fragrance of wine almost covered 100 miles. At least 1/10 of Shangjing City could smell this wine. Lu Yingfeng was drunk at this banquet. My daughter's life wasn't long, but she had a clear conscience. It was very meaningful and very accomplished. I, Lu Yingfeng, am proud of my daughter. Our Lu family has benefited from our daughter after all. I'm happy. I'm proud. I miss her. After lunch, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian left the Lu family. They wanted to discuss with Lu Yingfeng how to deal with the Wang family together, but Lu Yingfeng's attitude was very firm. He didn't oppose or interfere with Zhuo Xiaoduo dealing with the Wang family, but it was impossible to talk about working together. For Lu Yingfeng, he was very stubborn. He stubbornly wanted to use his own strength and identity as a father to stand up for his daughter. He couldn't let his daughter feel that there was no one in her family. In the process, if he borrowed the strength of others, he would feel that he was an incompetent father, that he didn't do his best, and that he had let down his dead daughter. Therefore, he was so stubborn. He insisted on using the Lu family's strength to take revenge. He would go as far as he could. He wanted his daughter to see. Daughter, your father will definitely not hold back at all. It could be said that he was truly going all out. Although this method was very illusory and her daughter wouldn't take it seriously, it was even more unrealistic. However, Lu Yingfeng insisted. This elegant family, head of the Liu family, was very reasonable in everything, but this matter was like a demon in his heart. He would never back down, never give in, and there was no room for negotiation or mediation. Faced with such a situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian were at their wits' end. The only thing they could do was to be a little more proactive, to put in a little more effort, to eliminate as much of the Wang clan's strength as possible, so that the Lu clan would be able to preserve a little more strength after this incident. If the Lu family were to suffer too many losses in this battle, or even be buried with the Wang family, that would not be worth it. After leaving the Liu family, the two of them flew up into the sky and stood a few thousand meters high in the air. Zhuo Xiaoduo chose a position that faced the north and south and used the long-awaited Qi observation technique to observe the feng shui trend of Shangjing City. There was no doubt that the Wang clan wanted to plunder the providence of others. Based on this point, Zhuo Xiaoduo decided to take a look at this aspect. Perhaps he could try the old Phoenix City incident and let the Wang family follow in the footsteps of the Meng family. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo himself knew that the possibility was not high, and it was too dangerous. Don't look at the feng shui of Shangjing casually. He Yuanyue had once warned Zhuo Xiaoduo seriously. This was because Shangjing's providence was too strong. It was also the place where the providence of the human race's dragon vein gathered. If Zhuo Xiaoduo rashly used the aura observation technique to scan the fate of Shangjing, it was very likely that the dragon vein would backfire on him. This was definitely not a good thing for Zhuo Xiaoduo. It was precisely because of this that Zhuo Xiaoduo hadn't dared to act rashly since he came to Shangjing. However, he still used the power of karmic luck he possessed to secretly let the little dragon out to investigate and then experiment again and again. It had to be said that Shangjing's providence was tyrannical and complex. It could be said that Zhuo Xiaoduo had never dreamed of it before. Fenghai City was known as the ancient capital of the Nine Dynasties. However, the difference between Fenghai City's providence and Shangjing's was like heaven and earth. There was no comparison at all. If Shangjing was a vast ocean, then Fenghai City was probably not even a small pond. The providence was crisscrossed from south to north, from east to west. It was unknown how many interests were entangled, how much providence was mixed, and how much providence was fighting and competing with each other. Countless amounts of dragon vein qi were faintly discernible and disorderly. There were even lively dragon veins hovering wantonly in the air. It was actually the providence dragon that had manifested itself. Although the manifested providence dragon was far less solid and agile than Zhuoxiaodua Xiaolong, and even had no ability to communicate other than instinctively devouring, however, such a dragon of providence was the most dangerous. Even a ruthless character like Xiaolong, who had been dealing with providence dragon veins and earth veins all year round, would still have lingering fears after returning to the space after coming out and taking a look around. He was unwilling to come out and take risks so easily. To use Xiaolong's analogy, he was a normal person, but the people outside were a group of lunatics who had lost their minds and only knew how to devour each other. And when a normal person faced a group of lunatics, even if he had thousands of methods, it was still an extremely dangerous thing to do. Therefore, Zhuoxiaoduo had been worried all this time. However, after thoroughly understanding the Wang family's plan, Zhuoxiaoduo did not want to wait any longer. He had to see what was going on. In view of this, he simply pulled Zhuoxiaonian up with him this time. Although Zhuoxiaonian did not understand the providence observation technique, she had already condensed an extremely powerful providence aura in her body. This providence aura was not only closely connected to the providence aura of the mainland because of the Phoenix City Great Array back then, but it also faintly had the momentum of surpassing the mainland situation in the astral souls. In Zhuoxiaoduo's opinion, he most likely would not be able to bear the backlash of Shangjing's providence aura alone. However, if Zhuoxiaonian's providence aura was by his side to supplement him, even if there was still a backlash, it would not be a big problem. Standing in the sky above Shangjing, he observed the providence aura below from the closest distance. Zhuoxiaoduo could not help but sigh in his heart. It was really too awesome. The dragon qi was really too much. Naturally, his next instinctive thought was, if Xiaolong could devour all the dragon qi here, Xiaolong would probably directly leap to a level that could not be more awesome. However, Zhuoxiaoduo also knew in his heart that this was just a thought. Not to mention how to actually put it into action, how to peel the silk from the cocoon, and how to sort out the huge amount of dragon qi here. Just the fact that this was the core of the mainland of the astral souls, and once a large amount of dragon qi here dissipated, it would definitely cause the human race's providence aura to lose in the astral souls, and even the entire continent would collapse. Therefore, even if Xiaolong really had the ability to do so, he absolutely could not do so. Not to mention that after a slight contact last time, that fellow had curled up and did not dare to come out. It really did not want to and did not dare to face that group of lunatics again. To Xiaolong, they were a group of lunatics who had completely lost their rationality and had no trade-offs. They only knew how to devour and strengthen themselves, but if there were only 1, 2, 10, 8, or even 30 to 50 dragon qi, Xiaolong would definitely have jumped out long ago. Even if Zhuoxiaoduo stopped him, Xiaolong would actively work hard to sneak out and destroy them one by one to complete himself. However, the dangerous situation now was, there were too many dragon qi. It could be said that ants could bite an elephant to death in real life. No matter how fierce a tiger was, it would be afraid of a group of wolves. Especially now, it was not just a problem of one group, but countless groups. Zhuoxiaoduo looked at the crisscrossing, entangled, and crazily biting each other. Then he looked at the entire sky of Shangjing City and the various providences that were even more tangled than tangled hemp. He muttered, Nian Mao, the situation of the providence aura of the mainland of the astral souls is actually like this. From the current situation, it seems that the providence aura of the mainland is gradually losing. Zhuoxiaonian said, Losing? What do you mean? It's really too messy. It's not terrible to be in a mess, as it can still be sorted out. However, the conflicts, fighting, and even devouring each other are the source of destruction. Now, the constant fighting at the border is already a huge external threat. As for the mainland, it has been peaceful for too long, and it has become a huge internal threat. The providence aura of each family is fighting for themselves and has begun to devour each other. More importantly, this situation has been going on for a very, very long time. As the saying goes, a century-old dynasty and 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. However, our unified dynasty has existed for too long. It has been more than 6,000 years. This has been going on for too long. It's so long that it can breed. Any unfairness, any corruption, and any conscience will be lost. The hot blood at the border is also a distant matter for the powerful people in the mainland. Shangjing and the Sun-Moon Pass have evolved into two completely different things. Over there, people are gathering, fighting, sacrificing, shouting, and replenishing. But over here, there is internal strife. In the capital, people are fighting for power and profit. They are losing their conscience. They are recklessly forgetting their roots. The Sun-Moon Pass is desperately fighting for power, but over here, it has begun to disperse for a long time. Zhuo heaved a long sigh of relief. The Sun-Moon Pass has protected the mainland too well. Really? Peace can only be a blessing in the short term, Zhuo murmured. For the people, too long of a peace may not be a good thing. Zhuo said, but everyone is looking forward to peace. No one wants to see war. But sometimes, the sacrifices and blood that happen around can awaken too many numb consciences and consciences that have been destroyed. Zhuo sighed, because only when one's own interests are invaded and destroyed will people understand the preciousness of beauty. People will only wake up and regret at the last moment. Everything that they once held in their hands, everything that they owned, will not be reborn. Chapter 1146. Zhuo pointed to the front and said, "Look, there are at least 17 or 18 dragon veins in Shangjing that are fighting against each other. These dragon veins are actually fighting for the opportunity to enter the astral souls. I really don't know, and I'm even suspicious. What gives these families the confidence to think that they won't be punished for entering the astral souls? Among these dragon veins, there are clearly too many people who have no foundation and are riddled with holes. This is the result of a failed rebellion, and they are being devoured. There are also some dragon veins that seem to be plotting and accumulating power. But in fact, before they really take action, they are already fighting and devouring each other and are gradually dispersing. Yes, there are also the dragon veins left behind by the Dragon of Destiny that have already soared into the sky. They are quietly waiting and guarding. There are so many dragon veins and luck, it's too messy and messy. There's no clue. If it weren't for the ancestral dragon's veins that can still suppress all parties, the layout of Shangjing's veins would have collapsed long ago. Look, with the arrival of the era of geniuses, new veins are constantly being born in this world. Although they are still very weak, they are constantly wandering and wandering, obviously looking for opportunities to form dragon veins, and also looking for opportunities to lean on the dragon veins and borrow each other's strength. And the most enormous earth veins, the entire continent of astral souls is being transported here. That is the source of the earth, the foundation of existence. Veins of the sky. There are signs of veins of the sky. What's going on with the continent of astral souls? Zhuo suddenly felt dizzy because when he observed the existence of the veins of the sky just now, the abundant power from the veins of the sky seemed to spontaneously attack him. Zhuo instantly felt that his spirit was shaking and shattering. This was obviously the backlash from the veins of the sky. Fortunately, he had been holding Zhuo's hand and had not let go. At the moment when Zhuo was hit by the backlash, although Zhuo did not notice it, a phoenix suddenly flapped its wings behind her and flew towards the veins of the sky. Then the two special powers disappeared at the same time. The phoenix scattered into invisible droplets and gathered behind Zhuo again, while the surging vein of heaven returned to the earth at the first moment, gathering the chi of heaven from all sides again and condensing bit by bit. That was close. Zuoshaduo broke out in a cold sweat. The backlash from the veins of the sky was mostly active. The other dragons that gathered from the boundless earth and rushed up again and again, wanting to take a bite of Zuoshaduo's luck. But the veins of the sky were not self-consciousness, and they sensed the purest of the purest power of the heaven, us power. As long as they could take a bite of the power, they would be a lot stronger. Driven by instinct, they no longer cared about how powerful the power of the heavens' power was. They also did not care, or rather, did not consider the possibility of being defeated or even devoured. No wonder there are so many Chi Watchers. The predecessors once said that one can't casually observe Shangjing's Chi Watchers. The Chi Watchers are indeed mixed. It's really the gathering of thousands of dragons. To Chi Watchers, rashly observing this realm is equivalent to gambling with their own Chi Watchers. They may be overturned by the Chi of dragons at any time. Such a situation does not exist in other cities, only in Shangjing, because this place is the real ancestral dragon's land, and because of the convergence of the veins of the sky, all the veins of the earth in the world instinctively converge here. That little bit of true spirit is also gathered here. Zuoshaduo stood high in the sky. After paying the price of more than 10 attacks and bites, he could finally see some of the veins of the sky clearly. This trip was not in vain. At least I can be sure that the person who is Chi Watchers in Shangjing and who gave the Wang family advice must be an extremely capable Chi Watcher. Perhaps not only is he extremely capable, but he is also an extremely powerful Chi Watcher who is even more powerful than me now. Zuoshaduo was very afraid of this. As he clearly saw the veins of sky below, fewer and fewer veins of sky rushed up to attack and bite him. In the end, they all calmed down. It was probably because Zuoshaduo's current position was already high enough in the sky. Looking around, he could see more than 1,000 dragon Chi Watchers. At this point, the veins of sky in Shangjing were scattered like stars in the sky, and they were all clearly visible to him. Zuoshaduo knew that the opportunity could not be missed. He simply dripped 2 drops of Chi Watchers into his eyes and concentrated on observing. He used the Chi Watchers technique to confirm again and again. Then he used the Feng Shui technique to verify again and again. Finally, he used the physiognomy technique to look over bit by bit. Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger. The entire city is arranged in the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams pattern. Below the northernmost mountain, there are winding mountains on the left and right, like divine dragons guarding the mountain. All the way down south, it is a flat land. Entering is Coiling Dragon and Crouching Tiger, leaving is Ferocious Tiger and Crouching Tiger. Advancing can be used to attack and retreating can be used to defend. It is indeed a grand design arrangement. The entire Shangjing itself is a complete and huge Feng Shui layout. Zuoshaduo could not help but exclaim in admiration of the masterpiece of the predecessors. Even if he were to set up such a Feng Shui layout now, it would be quite difficult for him to do so. When the predecessors built Shangjing, 99% of them did not have the ability to fly in the sky and burrow into the ground like him. But after all, it was the end of the Wu dynasty at that time. At that point in time, they were able to set up such a complete and magnificent Feng Shui layout with all kinds of methods. It integrated heaven, earth, and people into one, and was exceptionally thoughtful in all directions. Amazing! Really amazing! Zuoshaonian asked obediently from the side, "Dog, do you see anything?" "I have a little clue." Zuoshaduo pointed in a direction and frowned. The focus of the Wang family, the dragons fighting for the pulse, should be there. This world is gradually forming an isolated Feng Shui layout, but it is a cage. All the power of destiny that is trapped in it will be purified into the purest and most original essence. It will brew in this cage and finally break out. And the moment the original essence rushes out, the person in the gap can enjoy this benefit and turn it into the person's own Chi Watchers. If the number of people in that area exceeds the amount of Chi Watchers that can be shared, there will be a fight. The winner will enjoy the Chi Watchers, and the loser will get nothing. As far as this layout is concerned, the dragons fighting for the pulse is indeed true. In my opinion, this is a natural feng shui layout formed since ancient times. It is because it is natural that it has such a magical effect. After the whole feng shui array is formed, there will naturally be such an existence. Because it has been locked and constantly absorbed for a long time, it must be released. Otherwise, the feng shui layout is not complete and is destined to explode. But what I am curious about now is the basis of the Wang family's so-called plan. No matter how to seize my Chi Watchers, or the true meaning of this layout, I still don't understand it. Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally did not hide anything from Zhuo Xiaonian. The strange thing was really here. Logically speaking, since they knew what the Wang family was planning, they should be able to find some clues by following the picture. But the fact was that they did not find anything. But an old distinguished family like the Wang family in Shangjing, who had been planning for hundreds of years to achieve their goal, would not retreat at the last minute. What made Zhuo Xiaoduo more afraid was the faintly turbulent power of the heavenly veins in the sky, and the qi of the great path seemed to be brewing something, gradually forming a strange mutual response. Heaven and earth were responding to each other. And this was just a very mysterious feeling. Everything that entered his eyes, including the direction of all the trends, was clear to him. This should be a change in the way of heaven for some reason, which led to the whereabouts of the great path, and then a response with the earth dragon? Zhuo Xiaoduo pondered for a long time, then changed his angle, and looked at it from a new angle. Then he pulled Zhuo Xiaonian and kept retreating. In the end, they were already out of the boundary of Shangjing. Standing at a height of nearly 10,000 meters, he looked at the sky and earth of Shangjing with rapt attention. Only then did he realize something else. Zhuo Xiaoduo found that the heavenly veins in a higher position were faintly discernible, descending from the sky. The lower it went, the thinner it became. It was like dust, constantly spreading and descending. And from the center of the earth veins, where the dragons were fighting for the earth veins, there was also a subtle force rising in the opposite direction, soaring into the sky. As the two forces of qi continued to spread, they had already mixed together early in the morning and could not be distinguished. But after careful observation, Zhuo Xiaoduo confirmed that the ascending force was constantly emerging and the descending force was also constantly descending, and as time went on, the frequency of this mixed state became faster and faster. Although it was an almost imperceptible acceleration, it was really accelerating. The problem should be here. Although Zhuo Xiaoduo was still a little confused, he could judge from this clue that the Wang family's plan must be related to the faintly forming pattern of heaven and earth. But this is very different from the original intention of the feng shui pattern, or even the opposite. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly looked far away and focused on a very distant place. Originally, that place was not within his field of vision, but Zhuo Xiaoduo felt some kind of threat. In order to find out more about the truth, Zhuo Xiaoduo flew back again and continued to observe with Zhuo Xiaonian in the sky, searching for clues. That night, Zhuo Xiaonian was pulled by Zhuo Xiaoduo to run back and forth in the sky of Shangjing no less than 17 times. She was confused and at a loss. Zhuo Xiaoduo understood the mystery, so he was very interested and enjoyed watching. But Zhuo Xiaonian really did not know anything about feng shui and qi observation method. She only felt like a silly girl who was being led around again and again. She did not understand at all what was so interesting about the air in front of her. That should be where the Wang family's ancestral grave is. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at the area below and once again revealed an expression of having gained something. But immediately after, even more questions surged into his mind. The Wang family's ancestral grave has an excellent feng shui pattern. It is a natural guardian, a place where heroes who retired with the country rest. It is blessed by nature. But from what I see, it is obvious that someone changed the feng shui pattern, causing the whole pattern to deviate a little. Although it is just a little bit, it is already a great mistake. The guardian is supposed to be loyal to the outside world. But with this deviation, it shows that he is looking at the master and the throne with the corner of his eyes. Gradually, there is a subtle change of the feng shui pattern. In the end, he wants to replace the master. Although it is not to the extent of turning the world upside down, there are already signs of this. This is not right. This is not right. If I was not certain that there must be something wrong with the Wang family's ancestral grave, causing the descendants of the Wang family to be so unfilial and corrupt, even the most brilliant feng shui master would not be able to see the flaw in the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Looking at it from a general point of view, there is no bias. But in fact, it gives people a feeling that it is biased. This feeling is very serious, and the consequences are even more serious. This was a little strange. Zhou Xiaoduo began to pull Zhou Xiaonian up and down again. They descended for thousands of feet and looked at the Wang family's ancestral grave from above. Then, they immediately ascended and looked again. They changed directions and continued to descend. They continued to ascend. Zhou Xiaonian was held by his hand with a dumbfounded expression. They flew up and down again. And then again, Zhou Xiaoduo's brows were knitted tighter and tighter. He had obviously found the problem, but he could not find the specific problem. This was the biggest problem. After 30 to 40 times of this, finally, they landed directly in midair, only a dozen meters away from the Wang family's ancestral grave. Zhou Xiaoduo finally found something. With a thought, he turned into a cloud and wind and landed in the grave. As far as the eye could see, there were many tombstones. I see. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at the Wang family's ancestral grave and heaved a long sigh of relief. He finally understood. Chapter 1147. Zhou Xiaoduo could see it clearly. In front of the tombstones of the Wang family's ancestral tomb, on the right side of the sacrificial altar, there was a square stone in each tomb. Although it was weak, it emitted an indelible light. Sun and moon stones. And these sun and moon stones were all placed on the right side. The sun and moon stones carried a bit of the power of destiny. Now that they were neatly placed in the same place, the quantitative change led to a qualitative change, leading to the entire Wang family cemetery. Although there were no omissions, in fact, the center of gravity showed a subtle change in tilting to the right side. Especially the dozens of tombs, the tilt was particularly severe. Those dozens of tombs are all empty. No one is buried. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. These should be the hidden experts of the Wang family, but empty tombs were ominous. A grave mound was a person. When the grave mound was piled up, it was empty inside. Such an empty grave couldn't be filled by 10 people. Coupled with the subtle tilt caused by the biased arrangement of the feng shui stones, it formed a special phenomenon called wind from an empty cave. Wind from an empty cave, a great building about to collapse. These things couldn't be seen with a single qi examination technique. Moreover, the power of destiny of the sun and moon stones was forcibly added to one side. The sun and moon stones were originally merit stones. And merit stones added to merit stones seemed to be a good thing, but in fact, it caused the hearts of the family to be tilted. My family has such great merit, my family of war gods. Without my family, there wouldn't be astral souls. But what about my family now? This was the origin of this inner demon. This merit wasn't consecrated by the Wang family, but suppressed in the heart by the Wang family, causing the heart to be tilted. And this was only one link. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. So the Wang family is like this. The person who came up with the idea for the Wang family didn't have good intentions at all. The Wang family graveyard is square-shaped, but there's a small layout where the flow of fortune is tilted, forming a different feng shui exit. And this exit just so happens to form a corner. And this corner extends out and is actually facing the place where the dragons are fighting for the veins, is a straight line that extends out. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed. He only felt a little incredulous, a little admiring, and a little angry. Using the pressure of the heavens, using the momentum of the earth veins, using the situation of the qi veins in Shangjing, using the meritorious deeds of the heroes, all of these qi veins, feng shui, and feng shui all came together to form a single entity, causing the Wang clan's tilt to become more and more severe. In the end, The chi veins disappeared, the fortune severed, and all of it was channeled into the dragons vying for the meridians, devoured by the dragons, becoming ownerless fortune and chaos in Shangjing. This person, what a vicious mind. What a vicious situation. Zhou Xiao Duo was inexplicably furious, and his hair stood on end. What's wrong? Zhou Xiaoyan keenly noticed the change in Zhou Xiao Duo's attitude and finally asked, "This is a huge problem. Can it be changed?" Too many years have passed. Those sun and moon stones have already become one with this place. Even if we take them away, we won't be able to remove their effects in a short amount of time. After all, the ancestral grave beneath the stones has already been suppressed for who knows how many years. It will only disappear after an extremely long period of time. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly. Besides, with what the Wang family has done, even if they beg me, I won't change it for them. If there is a deviation in the feng shui pattern of the ancestral grave, it's an unintentional mistake. Even if it's only a small one, it will, with the passage of time, cause the pattern to collapse, the fate to drain, and even the pattern to collapse, and even backfire on its owner. Over the years, the owner of the ancestral grave may fall ill, or do things not go well, or suddenly meet with misfortune, or lose their future, But all in all, these are still external causes and need a long time to be quiet. But the reason why the Wang family took the initiative to do these things is more because of their original intention. It has nothing to do with the feng shui of the ancestral grave. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly. In other words, the Wang family's current feng shui pattern is damaged because of external causes. But they took the initiative to cooperate with evil people, forget their ancestors, frame good people, and kill innocent people. This is the main cause of the Wang family's ruin. Even if it leads to serious consequences, it's all their own fault, and it has nothing to do with others. I see. This principle still makes sense in the secular world. It's like when someone comes to harm you and you fight back, it's self-defense. On the other hand, if you take the initiative to harm others and are killed by others, it's undoubtedly your own fault. It's the same principle. So everything has to be reasonable. Act according to reason, and first of all, you have to make sure that you don't make any mistakes. Even if the rest is blocked for a while, there will be a moment of clarity in the future. I understand everything. Zhou Xiaoyan nodded her little head. Zhou Xiaoduo, who was good at teaching others, thought everything through and felt very comfortable. When he saw Zhou Xiaoyan's obedient appearance, he couldn't help but pat her head and praise her. You're such a good little girl. Your husband will love you. Zhou Xiaoyan was thinking about the Wang family. She leaned into Zhou Xiaoduo's arms and said, You're right. This is different. Suddenly, he realized something and grimaced. He pinched a piece of flesh on Zhou Xiaoduo's waist and said, Dog.
Spare.
Zhou Xiaoduo's face twitched. He had just uttered one word when his face suddenly changed color. He quickly moved away, taking Zhou Xiaoyan with him to hide. He only released a thin layer of soul consciousness around the two of them, but it was enough to shield them from the outside soul consciousness. After a while, 2 rays of sword light suddenly shot into the sky in front of the Wang family's ancestral grave. As soon as they attacked, the space where the two of them were was shattered. If the two of them were still in the same place and were suddenly attacked, they would be injured even if they didn't die. The 2 people who came were 2 old men in black. They both had white linen belts around their waists and were dressed like tomb keepers. Each of them held a sharp sword. They patrolled the sky for a long time, but they didn't find anything. The 2 of them couldn't find anything, but they still refused to give up. They entered the void and continued to search. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind whistled. Every inch of space in the sky above the Wang family's ancestral grave was carefully searched by the 2 of them. They didn't miss anything. Unfortunately, they still didn't find anything. After a long while, the 2 of them revealed themselves and stood in the sky again. There was a strange fluctuation here just now. Someone must have come to investigate. It should be someone with vitality who came to spy on the situation of our ancestral grave. Normal people wouldn't do this. Report this to the head of the family. The thing he repeatedly told us to do has happened. Okay. One of them stood in the sky with a sword, while the other flew away. Swaxiaoduo and Swaxiaonian were already thousands of miles away. They were almost home. In the Umno Alliance's main hall far away, the Flood Witch and her 3 doppelgangers were cultivating separately. Suddenly, one of the doppelgangers' expression changed abruptly. He stood up in shock. This isn't right. Why is my vitality suddenly being sucked away? It's almost gone. Is this a consumption of vitality? How can this be? The other 2 doppelgangers. I'm fine. What's wrong with you? I don't feel anything.
You
haven't even been born and you're already involved in karma? The doppelganger's face turned pale.
No.
It's being continuously sucked away, wave by wave. Damn. What's going on? I'm a doppelganger that was just cut out. I haven't even traveled the world before. How can someone continue to suck away my karma? Furthermore, it's a consumption of vitality. It's such a big movement. This isn't right. It doesn't make sense. What's going on?
Fuck.
I'm being sucked again. Damn. It's happening again.
Damn.
It's not over. Don't be impatient. Great Flood Witch, who was sitting in the middle, had a calm expression and said as if he was used to it, "This is not a big deal. Why are you making such a fuss? Calm your mind and cultivate quietly. This is an opportunity for you. Remember to grasp it well. At that time, there will be benefits in return." Although the doppelganger was being explained, he couldn't help but feel depressed. Boss, you're me, but I'm not you. Shouldn't you explain more? What's there to explain? Just cultivate peacefully. This should be the karma that you owe, right? It's just that you use the method of cutting vitality to transfer this karma to me. Boss, you're obviously trying to shift the blame to someone else. You have bad intentions. Shift the blame? Cultivate well. You'll know how great the benefits are in the future. If you weren't a newly created doppelganger, how could I give you this advantage? The Flood Witch said calmly, "If I keep this karma with me, it won't be difficult for me to create another doppelganger in the future with the feedback of this karma as the foundation, although it will consume some of my origin. But you're different. Although you're a newly created doppelganger, as you said, you're not me, but I'm you. You have my cultivation and realm, but at the same time, you're a new life. After you understand something, you can use the convenience of this karma replenishment to create another 3 doppelganger that belongs to you. And, at that time, you'll really reach my level, and I'll advance to a higher level, even to a level that no one has ever reached before. This is a brand new way of cultivation. I, accidentally. The Flood Witch paused and said, accidentally studied it. The 3 doppelgangers suddenly felt that their boss was amazing even though they didn't understand it. They were shocked and said, "Boss is really wise and powerful. This kind of cultivation path that no one has ever thought of before can actually be walked so smoothly. It's as easy as moving a finger, as easy as moving an arm." The more they thought about it, the more they admired it. This was truly an extremely genius idea, surpassing all the predecessors in the world. It was amazing. It even opened up a brand new way to reach the top. No wonder Boss can become the head of the great wizards. You're really worthy of your reputation. The 3 of them didn't have the slightest intention of flattering her at this moment. They were really convinced and spoke sincerely. The Flood Witch's face darkened, and then she said calmly, "Don't worry and cultivate." Then she closed her eyes. Can I tell you that this is the karma of fate, but also a lifetime of debt? Obviously not. Can I tell you that this can't be replicated by others except me? Can I tell you that at that time I was fooled to the point that even my life ring? Can I tell you this? Can't tell you anything. So, I can only let you continue to admire me. The 3 of them looked at the Great Witch of the Flood, who had quickly entered a meditative state, with admiration. They only felt that the actions of an expert were indeed unfathomable. They felt that the Great Witch of the Flood was so high that they could only look up to him. She deserved to be called boss. She really deserved to be called boss. She could still behave so calmly with such an amazing achievement. Just this peaceful state of mind alone is enough for us to learn. in a small courtyard in Shangjing. The situation is basically clear now. The Wang family is obviously waiting for the moment when heaven and earth are in harmony. And if we attack now and directly target the Wang family and completely destroy them, to be honest, without grandfather's help, the two of us definitely can't do it. And more importantly, until that delicate moment, it's hard to guess what kind of situation it is based on what we have now. And there's another thing that we have to consider, or should we say that we have to treat it the most carefully. Until then, the Wang family's ancestral tomb's fate will not completely collapse. With the legacy left by the Wang family's ancestor, Wang Feihong, there's still a huge amount of merit and fate protecting them. The Wang family is far from the time to squander, so we can't do anything to them. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. So, we also need that opportunity. That opportunity that seems to be the Wang family's desire, but in fact, it will completely shake the Wang family's foundation and cause their fate to completely collapse. Of course, we still have to continue to attack their reputation so that the Wang family's evil deeds continue to fester. Then, we will surround them from all directions and find an opportunity to assassinate the Wang family members, nibbling away at them step by step. Okay. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo's phone, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly rang. Zhou Xiaoduo was stunned for a moment, then quickly picked it up to take a look. As soon as he saw the name that was jumping on the screen, Zhou Xiaoduo shuddered. He immediately picked up the phone and started cursing, "You bastard, forgetful bastard. When I needed you, I couldn't find you even with a gun. Now that I don't want to use you anymore, you actually called me. Tell me, where are you? When I find you, I'll definitely make you remember me." Li Chenglong's anxious voice came from the other side. "Zhou, can you stop talking nonsense? Where are you now?" "I'm in Shangjing. Where else can I be?" "I'm talking about the specific location." "Hang up." Zhou Xiaoduo sent a location. Less than 5 minutes later, the sound of rushing wind could be heard in the air. Li Chenglong and the rest of the 12 people all landed in the courtyard. Not one of them was missing.
Zhou
Xiaoduo was startled when he saw them. Are you all gathered together for a meeting? What's going on? Why are you all so orderly?" Zhou Xiaoduo widened his eyes. "You either don't want to see anyone, or suddenly come here in such a grandiose manner. Don't you know it's very scary? Look at all of you pairs. How do you think the single dogs in the team will feel?" Several people frowned and looked at this guy with depression. They rushed over anxiously and then saw this guy's series of strange behaviors. "Oh, I'm wrong. There aren't many single dogs in your team. Ha ha ha, Gao Qiaoer, Zhen Piapiao, 2 single dogs. How do you feel?" Cough, cough, cough. Pai Bao, you are a genuine single dog. Gao Qiaoer and Zhen Piapiao have a lot of pursuers, but you, Pai Bao, are difficult to deal with. How do you feel? You look so lonely. Well, it's okay. Your presence is pitifully low. If there is really someone but you are ignored by that person, that would be the real tragedy. Gao Qiaoer and Zhen Piapiao frowned and looked at him with sharp eyes. Pai Yibao's whole face was scrunched up. He looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with grievance, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He didn't mention anything when they met but first exposed the scars. Moreover, he kept exposing scars. No one else could do this. This kind of trash is our boss that we acknowledge. Why is our life so bitter? Besides, this is too strange. No matter when my presence is extremely weak. Why is it that in front of Zhou Xiaoduo, I am like a bright light in the dark? Even if there are tens of thousands of people together, the first thing he will definitely do is to mock me. This is also a skill. But why doesn't Zhou Xiaoduo care about my concealment? This is also strange. Boss, why are you so? Li Chenglong's eyes were red. The hatred between Teacher Qin and the old principal. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. How can it be resolved casually? I already have a clue. I will definitely make the other party pay a heavy price. Zhou Xiaoduo asked everyone to sit down. Since you are here, we can talk about this matter properly. Swollen, listen carefully. I will tell you all my established thoughts, and you will check for me and fill in the gaps. Okay. So Xiaonian brought out some tea. Everyone, drink some water and calm down. To us, the Wang family is an unshakable colossus. Even though everyone has become more powerful, not only do they have countless flying heaven stage cultivators, but they also have many Dao integration stage cultivators. Revenge is not something that can be resolved by rushing up to them in a fit of rage. If we act rashly, we will be the ones to die. So Xiaoduo said, "Your sister-in-law is right. Everyone calm down.
Calm down.
Revenge must be exacted. We have gathered here for the sake of revenge. However, if you act like this, you will only be courting death." Our sister-in-law is right. Boss is right. Without saying a word, everyone sat down cross-legged and calmed themselves down to regulate their breathing. Everyone was here and they were all working toward the same goal. That was enough. 10 minutes later, everyone had already calmed down. Zhou Xiaoduo had also sorted out his thoughts. I'll start with the whole story. I'll start with the Wang family. The ancestors of the Wang family obtained. Zhou Xiaoduo tried his best to explain the whole story in detail. He told them all the relevant information he knew, including the information he had obtained from the soul-searching technique, the Wang family's information collected by Xiao Xia, the Nine Heavens Pavilion's information on the Wang family, and the Lu family's information on the Wang family. He told them everything without leaving out any mistakes. Li Chenglong sat down with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. His ears were perked up, and he was clearly listening to Zhou Xiaoduo's explanation with rapt attention. He was trying his best to organize all the relevant information. In his mind, all the information and clues quickly formed a huge net. He was gradually narrowing and expanding this matter from the farthest and widest point, apart from the information and clues. Zhou Xiaoduo started to explain the feng shui situation. In the end, he went to investigate the feng shui situation himself. For a long time, no one interrupted to ask questions. Li Chenglong sat cross-legged, as if he was a wooden sculpture. After a long time, she opened her eyes and said, "If that's the case, the only family that can be confirmed to be of help to us in Shangjing is the Lu family, where the old headmaster came from. Is this a definite family?" "That's right. What about the Yu family?" Li Chenglong asked. "The Yu family is kind to us and can help us to a certain extent. But when it comes to sending experts to fight the Wang family head-on, they probably won't." "I understand. The Yu family is the descendant of the emperor, and they have the right heavenly king. They must know their position and prioritize the stability of the astral souls. Moreover, the Yu family's fate is the same as the right heavenly king's. His actions will completely destroy the glory of Wang Feihong, the god of war in the astral souls. Whether it's for public or private reasons, the Yu family can't do anything." "It's understandable. Then, apart from the Yu family, the Wu family and the Lu family can help us? These two families have helped the Lu family before. I need a relatively definite answer as to whether we can borrow their strength." Lu Yingfeng, the head of the Lu family, personally admitted and promised that these two families, although they may not help us with all their strength, will definitely send a lot of people. "If that's the case, our overall strength isn't that weak." Li Chenglong frowned. "It's just that in terms of high-end strength, there's still a considerable gap."
Yes.
"You're the one who gave the order to Zhou Shui Company, right?" Li Chenglong said this through telepathy. "It's me." "Then this matter is a little strange. Our company can actually resist the power of the Wang family without us taking action. With the Wang family's foundation, how can Zhou Shui Company resist? The Lu family clearly didn't help." Li Chenglong murmured. "There won't be any problems, right?" "Problems? Well, but don't worry. If there is a problem, it should be in the general direction." Li Chenglong pondered for a long time and seemed to have made a decision. He said, "Let's wait and see. First, let's see the follow-up of the public opinion situation on the internet. Second, the follow-up movements of the families in Shangjing. Third, whether the entire political situation in Shangjing will change. Lastly, the situation of the Wang family's family business. Let's wait and see." Li Chenglong pondered and said, "When I came, I already thought that the situation would be very unfavorable, but I never thought that the situation would be so complicated and involve so many changes. Especially according to Zhua, there is another inexplicable force under the observation of your qi observing technique. There is an inexplicable feng shui qi observing scholar. This person has the most treacherous mind, and the motive is even worse. Zhua, which side do you think this qi-observing scholar secretly manipulates or influences the Wang family? Do you have any guesses?" Chapter 1148. Zhua Xiaoduo shook his head. That person is very cautious, so cautious that not only has he not shown his face until now, he has not even left any traces behind. Naturally, there is no evidence to prove his identity and origin. Also, this geomancy that involves heaven and earth has not been completed until now. So, there is no way to find out. Li Chenglong said thoughtfully. Then, Zhua, have you gained anything from your physiognomy? Physiognomy, you mean my physiognomy? Yes, now that the relationship between us and the enemy is clear, our physiognomy, and even the physiognomy of the Lu family head and the others can indirectly reflect the situation of the enemy. Li Chenglong said, "What about this?" His words woke her up from her dream. Zhua Xiaoduo's heart trembled. That's right, this was such an obvious direction. His strength had increased too quickly during this period of time, and he had neglected this aspect that physiognomy was his fundamental means. Yes, looking at oneself is not necessarily not looking at the enemy, looking at the opponent. The moment of enlightenment made Zhua Xiaoduo feel very energetic. This path was definitely feasible. Furthermore, physiognomy was a great way to help others and oneself. If he really looked at them one by one, just the income of providence points alone would be extremely impressive. Zhua Xiaoduo immediately opened his eyes wide and focused on Li Chenglong and the others, intending to read their physiognomy first. Originally, Zhua Xiaoduo thought that his cultivation had improved greatly, and spying on the physiognomy of Li Chenglong and the others would definitely be twice the result with half the effort, and it would be easy for him to see clearly. But when he took a closer look, his eyes, which were already wide open, almost popped out of their sockets. His eyes were filled with horror. What the hell? What happened to your cultivations? Could it be that you guys ate a feast of immortal pills? Did you guys fly one by one? Because what he saw in front of him were 12 gods at the peak of the mysterious realm, and they were the kind that had been suppressed to the extreme. However, in terms of cultivation level, he was not at all inferior to Zhua Xiaoduo, who boasted that his cultivation had greatly improved. With this in mind, how could Zhua Xiaoduo's eyeballs not pop out? They were on the verge of bursting out. His heart was shocked to the point where it was about to split apart. Seeing Zhua Xiaoduo's frightened expression, the 12 of them immediately laughed complacently. They were all inexplicably smug. In the past, it was always you, Zhua, who acted tough in front of us. Now, the tables have turned, and it's finally our turn. Sure enough, the heavenly Tao was a good reincarnation. Who would the heavens spare? How is it? Are you jealous? Long Yuxing asked. What do you think? Jealous? Li Zhongming asked. He, are you surprised? Li Chenglong asked. Are you surprised? Wan Li Xiu asked. It should be horror, right? Pai Yibao asked. He definitely didn't expect this. Yu Moyan said. I don't even need to say anything if I'm scared. Gao Qiao said. Everyone had a smug look on their faces. It was as if they were saying, I didn't expect you, Zhua Xiaoduo, to have such a day. They didn't hide it at all. Ioyo. Zhua Xiaoduo pursed his lips and looked at them from the corner of his eyes. This is incredible. What's the matter? Do you all want to rebel? What's the matter? All of you have improved greatly in your cultivation. Do you still want to beat me up? Everyone shrugged and looked at him from the corner of their eyes. They provoked him. So, what if we want to beat you up? Even if you, Zhua, are at the peak of the profound returning realm, even if we can't beat you one-on-one, do you think we can't beat you with so many of us? At most, it's because sister-in-law is here. If we don't beat you to death, it'll be the end. Wan Lixio took a step forward and gently held Zhou Xiaonian's arm. Sister-in-law, we definitely won't hit you too hard. Just watch from the side. Zhou always says that he's the #1 cultivator in the same realm and that he's invincible. However, the path of cultivation can't be too smooth. If it's too smooth, it'll be easy to become complacent. Today, let's take the opportunity to break Zhuo's spirit. What do you think? Zhou Xiaonian looked at everyone without saying anything. Then, she looked at Zhou Xiaoduo and didn't say anything for a long time. I'm not worried about him at all. I'm worried about you all, however, since Wan Lixio said so. Zhou Xiaonian had no choice but to keep quiet. Go ahead and beat him up. After saying this, Zhou Xiaonian felt guilty as she looked at the cheering crowd. Haha, you've all said so much. If I don't give you a chance, wouldn't I be the boss in vain? Zhou Xiaoduo stood up. Today is an auspicious day, and we haven't exchanged pointers for a long time. Let's exchange pointers. I've tortured you so many times. Today, I'll give you a chance to beat me up. It depends on whether you can seize it. Long Yuxing and the others' eyes lit up like light bulbs. Really? Immediately, they began to rub their fists. Obviously, they were all very excited. They couldn't believe that there would be a day where they could beat up Zhou Xiaoduo again. How could they not be excited? Are you going to fight me one by one, or all at once? Zhou Xiaoduo said disdainfully. Why don't you all come at me together? I'll go first. Long Yuxing laughed. I've been waiting for this opportunity for many years. Zhou, don't cry later. Zhou Xiaoduo snorted. Many years? When I first entered the warrior class, you Long Yuxing had a lot of fun beating me up. Today, let's settle the old and new scores together. I want revenge. Long Yuxing, Li Chenglong, and the others' faces twitched. You still remember what happened in the past. You even have the nerve to say that you want to settle the old scores?
What the?
I only beat you 2 or 3 times in the past, but you've beaten me thousands of times in the past few years. You still have the nerve to talk about the old scores? Revenge? Where's your face? Where's your face? You've been holding on to this grudge for too long. Come on, I'll take my revenge today.
Bang.
Zhou, take my punch. Long Yuxing saw that the others were eager to give it a try. He was afraid that someone would beat him to it, so he jumped up and started to attack impatiently. Li Chengming and Li Chenglong were also rubbing their fists, ready to take over from Long Yuxing at any time. Today, they didn't want to beat him up. He was the one who asked for it, so he couldn't blame anyone. Finally, they could vent their anger. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened.
What?
What happened? Because Long Yuxing, who had just rushed up, was slapped to the ground by Zhou Xiaoduo.
Damn. How?
How did this happen? Long Yuxing had been so arrogant and full of heroic spirit as he charged forward, but in less than a second, he had already been defeated? Puff, 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 puff. Only the sound of a fierce beating could be heard, followed by Long Yuxing's miserable cry. Forgive me, I won't dare to do it again. I'm wrong.
Boss. Boss.
It didn't take more than a minute. Long Yuxing's entire body was bruised and swollen, and his entire body was a size bigger than before. Zhou Xiaoduo curled him up and sat on him like a stool. Other than moaning, he couldn't move at all. Zhou Xiaoduo sat on Long Yuxing's body and crossed his legs. Who else wants to beat me up? Come up quickly, I'll let you vent your anger today. Everyone looked at the miserable Long Yuxing, and their eyes were full of fear, and relief. No one said anything for a long time. Everyone had the same thought. Fortunately, the first one to rush up was not me. Haha. No, no, no. Li Chenglong shook his head like a rattledrum. I've always been loyal to Boss, Li Chengming said. Boss is wise and powerful and will rule the world forever, Xiang Chong said. I only have respect for Boss, unlike Long Yuxing's wild ambition. Even if he's my man, I'll say the same. Boss is invincible because of his ability. Wan Lixio said with emotion. I've never fought with Boss. I won't even if I can beat him, let alone if I can't, Yu Moyan said. I've always admired Boss, Gao Qiao said. I don't dare. Zhan Piapiao shook her head with fear. Don't push me. Pai Yibao screamed. I'm destined to never go against boss, and sister-in-law is next to him. Even if I can beat him, I can't let Zwa lose face. Everyone wiped their cold sweat in unison. Long Yuxing was really a good person. If it wasn't for him, the one being beaten up and sitting on a chair would be me. It's all thanks to Long Yuxing. Ha ha ha, this really makes people gloat. Wanli Xiao, Li Chenglong said with dissatisfaction. What did you say just now? There's no love between husband and wife. Can't you see your man being beaten up so badly? Why don't you go up and help your man? Wanli Xiao looked indifferent and shook her head like a rattledrum. Li Chenglong, don't talk nonsense. Zwa is doing this for him to grow up and increase his experience. What beating? This is all love, you know? Just because he's my man, I want him to improve. How can steel be forged? Isn't it just by forging? Wanli Xiao said, Thank you, Zwa, for spurring Long Yuxing. Feel free to spur him more in the future. Xiao or Long Yuxing shouted under Zwa Xiaoduo's, but you're right. Everyone didn't expect that they still couldn't catch up with Zwa Xiaoduo, even though they had reached the sky in one step. What kind of achievement is this? It's just a one-step failure. Gao Qiao muttered. Okay, your cultivation has risen sharply and caught up with my current realm in one breath. There must be something going on. What's going on? Tell me. Do you still want to keep hiding it? Zwa Xiaoduo asked with great interest. It's like this. Li Chenglong began to explain the whole story of the heavenly fruit in a single step. Then, he took out the tree and said, There are 6 fruits on it. What we mean is that Boss Zwa and his wife should eat 2 and donate the remaining 4 to the authorities. This is the original plan. What do you think, Zwa? Good stuff, very good stuff. Zwa Xiaoduo said, Since both of you have already decided, then let's do it. I believe in your judgment. He pondered for a moment and said, This heaven in one-step fruit is not only useful for relatively low-level martial artists, but also for high-level martial artists. If you must donate it, then it's better to give it to the top, or it'll be more reciprocal. Of course we know that, but it's not like we don't have any channels. Gao Qiao suggested that we take the Yu family's path, but if we take the Yu family's path, we'll have to give them at least one of the fruits. I'm a little hesitant, especially with the current situation. I've been considering whether we should use these 4 fruits as bargaining chips to ask the higher-ups to help us deal with the Wang family. He. No need to go through so much trouble. Zwa Xiaoduo laughed. You don't have channels, but I do. He. Everyone inexplicably felt a chill run down their spines, causing them to shudder. Where in the world did Boss Zwa learn such a terrifying laughter? Where did you get the channels? Everyone was puzzled. You mysteriously disappeared for a few days and you got the channels? Gg. Zwa Xiaoduo was extremely proud. He shook his head and said, Let me tell you a big secret. Your boss, I, am the most authentic second generation. Gg. Guess what kind of second generation I am? He. Guess your head. Everyone laughed, especially Li Chenglong, Wanli Xiao, and the others who were also from Phoenix City's second high. Their eyes were full of disdain. Okay, you're awesome, you have the channels, you can donate it, but you said you're a second generation. Then we can only laugh. We all grew up together. How could we, who were born in the same place as you, not know your background? Second generation? Authentic? In your dreams. Yes, it was just a dream. Boss Zwa had been longing to be a rich second generation for a long time. Everyone knew this. It was the same when he was in number 2 high school, and it was still the same when he was in Fenghai Qianlong. Everyone could understand very well. As for guessing, that we're not that bored. The ownership of the remaining 4 fruits is still for later. Zwa and sister-in-law, hurry up and eat these 2. Li Chenglong urged, It's a fact that we don't have enough strength. If you can use these 2 fruits to cultivate in seclusion and make a breakthrough, it'll be of great help to our future actions. Okay. Zwa Xiaoduo was not pretentious at all. He agreed and said, It seems that all of you have suppressed your cultivation to the limit, right? Yes. Everyone nodded. Then, do you want to suppress it a few more times? Zhuo smiled proudly. Of course we want to. The process of suppressing it a few more times was painful, but it would be of great benefit to the huge expansion of the road of martial arts in the future. Who wouldn't want to? Our cultivation increased greatly this time. Most of it was because of the strong medicinal power of the ascending to heaven in one-step fruit. Now, everyone's degree of suppression is the same, all 9 times. Li Qinglong said, "So do you have any other good ideas?" "I do have a good idea to help you go one step further and reach a higher level." Zhuo generously threw out 12 small jade bottles and said, "There's a drop of 9 heavens spirit spring water in each jade bottle. After drinking it, it will expel the impurities in the genuine qi to the maximum limit and transform the genuine qi into the purest spiritual qi. Since you've suppressed it to 9 times, with the effect of this drop of 9 heavens spirit spring water, each of you can suppress it at least 3 to 5 times. It won't be a problem."
Wow.
"Thank you, Big Brother." Big Brother is wise and mighty. Long Yuxing shouted under Zhuo's butt. Everyone. Swollen also said that we don't have enough strength now. We'll talk about other things later. Let's improve our strength first. Zhuo said, "You take it first. Your sister-in-law, and I will protect you." The 12 people didn't stand on ceremony and took the bottles. When they were about to take it, Zhuo, who had been silent for a long time, said, "Girls, follow me.
This
will be a bit awkward." This reminder reminded Gao Qiao, and the others of the awkwardness when they took the heaven-ascending fruit in one step last time. They couldn't help but glare at Zhuo fiercely and hurriedly follow Zhuo.
Why are you looking at me?
That look is so fierce. What did I do wrong? Zhuo touched his nose and said, "I just want to watch the fun."
Do you have to look at me like that?
Long Yuxing and the others' faces were twisted. They were almost killed by Zhuo again. They had already experienced this kind of awkwardness once. If it happened again in a short period of time, they would probably break up soon. Zhuo and Zhuo stood guard for everyone. This time, the suppression of vital energy didn't last very long. After an hour, everyone was done. They took a bath and changed their clothes. They gathered neatly in the courtyard again. Zhuo quickly planted the heart-cleansing sacred fruit tree in the space of the Tower of Annihilation. After this incident, his void-exterminating pagoda was naturally exposed. After that, it was Zhuo and Zhuo turn to enter the Tower of Annihilation. They took the heaven-ascending fruit in one step and completed the upgrade. However, to Zhuo surprise, the effect of the heaven-ascending fruit was a bit too great. It pushed her cultivation to the peak again and again. She tried to suppress it again and again, but finally, she couldn't suppress it anymore. Even after taking the 9 heavens spirit spring water, the pure vital energy and spiritual energy, she still couldn't suppress it. She had to break through the bottleneck of the peak of the profound returning realm and go one step further. She broke through to the realm of ascension. In the Tower of Annihilation, Zhuo felt as if she was free from the restrictions of the earth. With just a thought, she could directly fly in the sky. Moreover, she could fly for a long time without using any spiritual energy. At the same time, a sense of enlightenment rose from the bottom of her heart. With a change of mind, she suddenly felt that the sky above her head and the earth below her feet had merged into one with her. That kind of majestic aura rose spontaneously. So this is the so-called realm of ascension. Zhuo felt enlightened. She had a clear understanding of this new realm. She tried hard to strengthen her aura as she meditated. The power of the heaven-ascending fruit was still being emitted. There was still some left. Zhuo tried her best to absorb it. On the other hand, Zhuo had already suppressed his profound returning realm pinnacle for more than 10 times. With the help of the heaven-ascending fruit, he suppressed it for another 30 times. With the help of the 9 heavens spirit spring water and luck points, he suppressed his vital energy to an exaggerated level of 56 times. He kept bursting, compressing, bursting again and compressing again. The cycle repeated, one after another. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not dare to be careless. He tried his best to suppress it. Whether or not he could surpass Nian Mao depended on this time and time again. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he could not suppress it anymore. However, he did not give up. No matter how crazy the medicinal power of the heaven-ascending fruit surged, he would always use all his strength to suppress it. This cycle repeated. In the end, he even forgot how many times he had suppressed the restlessness of his vital energy. Finally, he stopped at the critical point. Ordinary people who ate the heaven-ascending fruit were suppressed to the pinnacle of the profound returning realm pinnacle by Zhuo Xiaoduo. He had completely absorbed the medicinal power. It had to be said that this was a miracle, a true miracle. Because in terms of cultivation, Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation was still at the pinnacle of the profound returning realm. It seemed that he had not advanced at all. But in reality, he had strengthened his foundation more than 60 times. He already had the enlightenment of the flying realm. He only needed the last buffer period to break through and surpass his predecessors. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not want to break through just yet. He still felt that the suppression was too little. But there was almost no space left for him to compress. I wonder if I can catch up to Nian Mao after this breakthrough? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought to himself. Yes, this was his greatest obsession at the moment. According to his mother, as long as he broke through to the flying realm, he could consummate his marriage. But, as a man, if he could not defeat his wife with his own strength, it would be bad, right? The reason why Zhuo Xiaoduo worked so hard was because he hoped to surpass Zhuo Xiaonian one day. No matter how incredible it seemed to others, as long as he did not surpass Zhuo Xiaonian, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that his efforts were not enough. The two of them completed the breakthrough process in the Tower of Annihilation. When they came out, less than 10 minutes had passed in the outside world. This made Li Chenglong and the others feel the difference in the flow of time in the Tower of Annihilation. Let's not look for a place to stay. It's so troublesome to look for a hotel. Li Chenglong said, during our time in Shangjing, let's enter Zhuo's Tower of Annihilation to rest every night. It's not a problem if you want to stay. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, but let's be clear. There are no individual rooms in there. What's there to be afraid of?
We can build it ourselves.
Li Chenglong and the others were very straightforward. We'll prepare the things now and go in to build it later. Then there's no problem. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a moment. It was good to let this group of people in. At least they could continuously increase their cultivation and catch up with the progress. Although it was good to reach the heavens in a single bound, such an opportunity was destined to not happen again. It was already a pleasant surprise to have such an opportunity.
You can go shopping now.
I have some other things to do. Li Chenglong led the group out to buy things. Xiang Chong frowned and said, brother-in-law, about Xuejuan. Li Chenglong coughed and said, we've just reunited. There are too many things. Let's slowly straighten them out one by one. Wait until tonight. Let's talk to Zhuo alone. What if you cry in public again? Also, there's something I need to say first. Li Chenglong looked at Xiang Chong and said, you have to be mentally prepared. Xiang Chong was shocked. He nodded silently and could not help but feel sad.
Why?
Xiang Bing asked. Zhuo clearly saw our faces just now, but he didn't say anything. Li Chenglong said slowly, I'm worried that he has seen something. But he didn't say anything. Obviously, it's not suitable to say it in public. So when Xiang Chong wanted to say something, I stopped him. Chapter 1149. Xiang Chong nodded with a heavy heart. Okay, let's talk in private later.
He sighed.
Xiang Bing said, besides, if you cry in front of so many people. Although everyone knew what was going on, it would not be strange if Xiang Chong cried when everyone gathered to discuss this matter. Xiang Bing was Xiang Chong's sister. She naturally knew her brother. He was 4 meters tall and weighed more than 100 kilograms. He was tall and strong like a black bear, but he liked to cry sometimes. He would often raise his head and cry loudly. Like a black bear howling at the moon, whenever that happened, her father and grandfather would not beat him. Xiang Chong was angry. He bared his teeth and said, You're the one who cries. Xiang Bing snorted. She then looked at Li Chenglong with satisfaction. My family is swollen. You're so considerate. However, her brother's matter was difficult to deal with. She needed to discuss secretly later to see if Li Chenglong could persuade Zhou Xiaoduo. If there was no hope, she could use physiognomy to change her brother's target on the other side. Zhou Xiaoduo entered the room to look for Lei Changtian. Grandpa.
What?
You have to help me this time. I have a cold, a serious cold. My throat is inflamed, and I can't talk much. I feel weak all over. I can't even get out of bed, let alone fight. I don't want you to help me kill someone. I want you to help me with something else. What is it? I need to go back to Fenghai now, but I can't let anyone in Shangjing know about this. I need to come back as soon as possible. So, Lei Changtian heard this and felt that there was no problem. Okay, I'll cover my breath and send you back. I promise you'll be so fast that you won't believe it. Okay, thank you, Grandpa. Zhou Xiaoduo naturally needed to go back to collect the Astral Soul's Jade Powder. The Astral Soul's Jade Powder in the Tower of Annihilation was extremely scarce. Xiaolong was already anxiously waiting. Go away. Lei Changtian grabbed Zhou Xiaoduo. He didn't feel cold anymore. Instead, he leaped into the air energetically and silently left the city's protective shield. Then, he tore open the space and stepped into it. In just a few minutes, Lei Changtian, who had been continuously tearing through space, had returned to Fenghai with Zhou Xiaoduo. That was fast. Zhou Xiaoduo was truly dazzled and in disbelief. To an almighty at this level of cultivation, distance really didn't count for much. Seeing that Fenghai had arrived, Zhou Xiaoduo did not say anything and landed in front of Mr. Sun's door. In this 1 month, Mr. Sun had been anxiously waiting for Zhou Xiaoduo. The Astral Soul's Jade Powder in his hands had been piled up like a mountain. That was the result of hiring people at all costs and constantly increasing the number. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to put it down. There were several mountains like this, and he was still buying them. He didn't dare to stop. After all, the Astral Soul's Jade Powder was really worthless. It only occupied a place. As long as Zhou Xiaoduo continued to buy it, it would be a huge profit. He knew that young Master Zhou would only think that it was too little. He would never think that it was too much. Before he left, he had solemnly reminded him again, however, hundreds of trucks were dumped here every day. Looking at the mountain of Astral Soul's Jade Powder, Mr. Sun couldn't help but worry. If there was a gust of wind, there would be a landslide. He was afraid that the nearby houses would be submerged. That would be a big disaster. However, the territory under his control had been expanded to the limit. The capacity was close to the limit, just as Mr. Sun was smoking his cigarette in frustration. Zhou Xiaoduo, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, finally appeared in front of him. Young Master Zhou, you're finally here. Mr. Sun was so excited that he almost cried. I can't put it down. I really can't put it down. The more the better. I'll clean it up for you now. You continue to do it. Let's work harder and have a pleasant cooperation. How could Zhou Xiaoduo think that it was too much? When he saw those mountains, he was so happy that his eyes were about to pop out. He couldn't wait to pounce on them.
Collect. Collect. Collect.
Collect. In less than half an hour, the hundreds of acres of land were all cleaned up, revealing the lawn below. He had truly collected every single bit of it. As usual, Zhou Xiaoduo paid the bill happily. Then, he gave Mr. Sun an extra 100,000 Astral Souls coins as a bonus, plus 2 trucks of cigarettes, wine, sugar, tea, and other high-end supplements. Then, he left another 500,000 Astral Souls coins. Mr. Sun, don't be afraid of more. The more the better.
Continue to collect.
There's no end to it. Understood, understood. Mr. Sun smiled like a blooming flower. This money was really easy to earn. It was almost like a small investment and a huge profit. After leaving Mr. Sun's place, Zhou Xiaoduo went out of the city without stopping. He collected all the Astral Soul's Jade Powder Mountain outside the city. Only then was he satisfied. It was true that many little drops made a mickle. After accumulating for a period of time, the surprise was unprecedentedly huge. Too much. It was really too much. Zhuo calculated that the Astral Soul's jade powder that he had accumulated since he was kidnapped by his grandfather until today was almost half of the total amount of Astral Soul's jade powder that he had collected before. In the face of so many Astral Soul's jade powder, Xiaolong, who had been worried for a few days and was about to run out of food, suddenly felt invigorated. He started to work tirelessly, covering all directions, and on the other hand, Zhuo started to move many of his things to the other side of the mountain. The Wahuang sword also automatically hit itself. After busying himself for a while, Zhuo saw Zhan Xuejuan, who was still unconscious. He subconsciously patted his forehead. How could he have forgotten about this girl? Thinking of how Xiang Chong wanted to say something but stopped in front of him, and how he was chased away by him to get supplies, Zhuo couldn't help but feel amused. But then he frowned. How to justify himself and how to save Zhan Xuejuan was easy. The real problem now was how to wake Zhan Xuejuan up. Why do you still need the Astral Soul's jade powder? Lei Changtian, who had been following him, was puzzled. There's a lot of Astral Soul's jade powder. What's the use of it? You can have as much as you want? Zhuo was stunned for a moment. He turned his head in surprise. Grandfather, do you know where I can find a lot of this stuff? Can you get it? Isn't that easy? Lei Changtian was dismissive. Just tell me how much you want. I want. The more the better. If you can get enough Astral Soul's jade powder to drown the entire Fenghai city, I'll be happy.
Easy.
It's a piece of cake. Lei Changtian took on the responsibility. I'll make a phone call and collect all of it for you. You can have as much as you want. Grandfather, you're such a good person. You're my dearest grandfather. Zhuo immediately leaned forward, shaking his head and wagging his tail. Grandfather, I won't stand on ceremony with you. Hurry up and get me as much as you want. Lei Zhangtian laughed. Just you wait. He did not delay. He took out his phone and called by Yunduo. Yunduo, your little junior brother needs a large amount of Astral Soul's jade powder. Give the order and get a batch. The more the better. Astral Soul's jade powder? I've been doing it. I've collected all the Astral Soul's jade powder near Fenghai City. As long as there's enough for a space ring, I'll send it outside Fenghai City. This is the work that Master and Mistress have ordered long ago.
Why?
Lei Changtian was speechless. Yes, he was embarrassed again. Damn, you've been doing it all this time. Or did Zhuo and my daughter instruct you to do it long ago? Then if I open my mouth now, it won't even be considered a cliché. At most, it'll be that. But I've already bragged to my grandson. How am I going to break this? I'm really anxious. It's fine if I don't help to beat people up. If I can't even get some worthless powder, then what's the use of being a grandfather? What right do I have to be a grandfather?
But,
Only around Fenghai City? Yunduo, I think it's just that the actions in Fenghai City are too insignificant. How about this? Divide all the cities in the Astral Soul's continent into 9 districts. Each district will have a piece of land dedicated to storing the Astral Soul's jade powder. All the Astral Soul's jade powder must be sent there on time. If anyone dares to waste it, punish them directly. Lei Changtian instructed. Punish them? Are you kidding me? Bai Yunduo was speechless. The Star Soul jade powder was the leftover waste left behind by cultivators during their cultivation. Anyone who used the Star Soul jade to aid their cultivation would be able to obtain it. If there were no special orders, then that little bit of powder could only be casually thrown away. Just because of this, you want to punish him? Are you being unreasonable? This is something that doesn't make sense no matter where you go. Let's do it this way. Since you're in Shangjing, you can control the flow of the Astral Soul's jade powder in Shangjing, then send it to. I think that Dingjun platform is a good place. It's spacious enough. Send it to Dingjun platform? Are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Shangjing is such a big place. It shouldn't be difficult to get 10 to 20 million tons of powder in 3 days, right? 10 to 20 million tons in 3 days. Bai Yunduo felt a little dizzy. Do you have any idea? Do you think it's a stone or a less? It's settled. You can go and do it, Lei Changtian ordered and hung up the phone. Duo, don't worry. Once Grandpa makes a move, all the Astral Soul's jade powder in the continent will be yours. I've already given the order to divide the continent into 9 big areas. Each area will have a collection center for the Astral Soul's jade powder. All the Astral Soul's jade powder in this area will be sent here. In the future, you can go around once a month and collect as much as you want. Lei Changtian said, especially in Shangjing. I've already arranged for 20 million tons of Astral Soul's jade powder to be gathered at Dingjun platform within 3 days. You can go there and collect first to test the waters. Okay. Zhou Xiaoduo was so happy that his molars were showing. Grandpa, you're so awesome. You're so awesome. Grandpa, I love you. He could get whatever he wanted. The life of the second generation was so dry and boring. Lei Changtian was so happy that flowers bloomed in his heart. He smiled kindly and proudly. He. Chapter 1150. My good grandson. I can give you whatever you want. Lei Changtian was completely carried away by his grandson's admiring gaze. As long as it's something that exists in the 3 continents, I can get it for you. Everything is a piece of cake. For your grandfather, the demon ancestor, it's not a problem at all. Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly lit up. Grandfather, it's said that the Flood Witch is also famous for her twin hammers. The 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer is famous in the 3 continents. Once she uses it, the sky will turn blood red, and the earth will shake. Can you get it? Jie. Lei Changtian's eyes widened. This sentence. Why can't I understand it at all? Aren't you using the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer now? What does it mean? Is it a test of my eyesight? Xiao Duo, your current hammering technique. Lei Changtian chose his words carefully. My current hammering technique is also not bad. It was given to me by my godfather. However, it's still not as good as the Flood Witch's unparalleled hammering technique that can shake astral souls, Zhou Xiaoduo said. Cough cough. Godfather? Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. His brain was spinning so fast that his brain almost stopped working. Yes. Zhou Xiaoduo was puzzled. What's with your reaction? Lei Changtian coughed without warning. Cough, 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 cough. At this moment, he felt that his heart was moving very strangely. If my guess is true, then wouldn't that old bastard Flood have to call me uncle? That's how it should be, right? But that blood feud, Lei Changtian was very conflicted. It seems that this kid still doesn't know that the Flood Witch is his godfather, but this matter, Zhou definitely knows. He might even be the one who facilitated it. But they didn't say anything, then I definitely can't say anything. During this period of time, I've already revealed too many secrets. If I were to reveal even more secrets that I shouldn't, I reckon my bones would be torn apart. I can't do Flood's hammering technique. It's beyond my ability, Lei Changtian said straightforwardly. When he spoke, his face was full of smiles, and he looked a little proud. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little confused. If you can't do it, then why are you smiling so proudly? It was as if he had taken advantage of the situation. Shouldn't he feel guilty? What should we do now? Back to Shangjing? Lei Changtian asked proudly. Back to Shangjing. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at him strangely. Grandpa's mental state seemed to be a little problematic. In fact, Zhou Xiaoduo did not have much hope. His grandfather and the Flood Witch were enemies. How could he possibly get the other party's trump card? The other party was the publicly acknowledged #1 expert of the 3 continents, so it was normal for them to not be able to deal with him. Therefore, he wasn't disappointed when he heard this reply. But this reaction, next, Lei Changtian picked up Zhou Xiaoduo as if he was carrying a puppy. With a whoosh, he flew into the sky, tore through space, and stepped into the space, including the times Zhou Xiaoduo spent collecting the Astral Soul's jade powder and arranging the work. It didn't take more than 2 hours in total. In these 2 hours, Li Chenglong and the others had already bought all the materials and were waiting here. When they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo return, they immediately surrounded him. We still have to wait a while. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, the interior is being renovated. Renovated? What renovated? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't he say that they were going to build the house themselves? The house hadn't been built yet, so what were they going to renovate? Naturally, they didn't know that Zhuo Xiaoduo's so-called renovation was actually Xiao Long digesting the astral soul's jade powder inside. After this huge absorption, according to Zhuo Xiaoduo's estimation, the time flow of the air exterminating tower would probably be increased by another step. The reality was just as Zhuo Xiaoduo predicted. When Xiao Long reported it, he was pleasantly surprised. Previously, 1 day in the outside world was equivalent to more than 3 months in the inner world. This ratio is already quite significant. Furthermore, after Elder One injected his life force into this space has completely stabilized. Now, all we need to do is to continuously absorb large amounts of Star Soul Jade powder, and it will be able to steadily evolve. This time, we can increase the time by another 20 days from the original basis. In other words, 1 day in the outside world is equivalent to 4 months in the inner realm. 1 day was equivalent to 120 days, a full 4 months, and a single night was equivalent to 2 months. Such a time flow ratio was simply too sufficient. After confirming the situation, Zhuo Xiaoduo was overjoyed.
Come in.
If there's anything, we can talk inside. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand and opened a light door. Everyone filed in and looked around. As soon as they saw it, everyone was shocked and had different expressions. Damn, it's so big inside. I thought Li Chenglong's place was already big enough. I didn't expect Zhuo's place to be even bigger. As expected of Zhuo, he's bigger than Li Chenglong, much bigger and really strong. How is Li Chenglong big? Compared to Zhuo's, it's almost the same if not the same, right? Pfft. Li Zhongming, who was talking dirty, was pinned to the ground by several people and beaten up. It's so comfortable here. This grass, this sky, this. There's actually a mountain. Li Chenglong was in a bad mood. My place is called a cave, but it's actually a cave. But Zhuo's place is basically a world. There'll be plenty of time to appreciate it later. You guys should hurry up and build a house. Li Chenglong directed, and Gao Qiao hurriedly went to build her own house. Everyone was a high-level warrior, and doing this kind of work shouldn't take much effort. Right. Li Chenglong pulled Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, and Zhuo Xiaoduo to the side. Zhuo, there's something.
The face you saw.
Xiang Chong's face. Do you still remember it? Zhuo Xiaoduo said, I remember. What's wrong?
Sigh.
Li Chenglong sighed. Zhan Xuejuan was taken away. The situation was very strange at that time. As he spoke, he recounted everything from the beginning to the end. Zhuo, can you calculate how we can find Xiang Bing's sister-in-law? Do you have any specific feasible methods? Xiang Chong looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo from the side with a pleading face. Xiang Bing's face was also full of anticipation. Let me calculate. She was taken away. Zhuo Xiaoduo furrowed his brows and raised his fingers to form a series of hand seals. His face was solemn and serious. Everyone held their breaths and stared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo pretended to be mysterious for a while. Then he opened his eyes and said, I calculated it. You calculated it? Xiang Chong rushed up. Zhuo, Xuejuan, where? Where is she? Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, she's waiting for your summons. But she's not in a good condition now. She should be in a deep coma.
Huh.
Xiang Chong said, how do I summon her? How do I summon her? It's simple. You just have to shout here. As long as you're sincere enough, there will be a response. Zhuo Xiaoduo said.
Slap.
Zhuo Xiaonian slapped Zhuo Xiaoduo on the back of his head. You're still joking at a time like this? Is this something you can joke about? Zhuo Xiaoduo touched his head sadly. I'm not. Hurry up. Okay. Under the stunned gazes of Li Chenglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing, Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand. A bed suddenly appeared in front of him. Under the soft bedding, there was a person lying quietly.
Ah!
Xiang Bing screamed. Xu Ejuan. Xiang Chong's eyes turned red. He was surprised and happy at the same time. Blood rushed to his head, and he felt dizzy. He felt like he was in a dream. How did the missing Zhan Xuejuan appear when Zhuo waved his hand?
She
wasn't pulled in by a monster. How could it be? When I went out to train. I was training in the interior of the Umno Alliance. I happened to pass by a forest in the interior of the Umno Alliance. I didn't expect it to be inhabited by demons. After that, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but I happened to see Xuejuan being captured by them. Since we all know each other, I naturally saved her. Zhuo Xiaoduo casually explained the situation. Thank you, boss. Xiang Chong bowed deeply.
The two.
For meter-tall burly, man couldn't stop his tears. Boss. I'll remember this. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed and said, Why do I feel that it's not right for us to thank each other? Forget it, this isn't the main point now. The sincere call I told you just now is not an illusion. She's seriously injured now, and she's been infected by demons. Her mind is in a mess. I've tried everything, but I can't wake her up. Maybe the call of a lover can be of some use? Zhuo Xiaoduo rubbed his chin and said, It's always like this in TV dramas. This is the main point now, the key point. Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't lying at all. He was really worried. According to what the God-killing spear said, Zhan Xuejuan had to wake up on her own. It was basically impossible to rely on external forces. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoduo would have asked his grandfather to help wake Zhan Xuejuan up. What's more, even if Zhan Xuejuan woke up, the fierceness of the God-killing spear would not disappear. In other words, compared to the past, Zhan Xuejuan's temperament would definitely change to a certain extent. But when she would wake up and how her temperament would change, no one could say for sure. It's okay, it's okay. Xiang Chong smiled with tears in his eyes and said, No matter what happens to her, I'm already satisfied that I can see her again. I will patiently wait for her to come back. Wait for her to wake up. He sat by the bed and looked at Zhan Xuejuan's unconscious face. He only felt that his heart had suddenly settled down, and he was no longer as helpless as before. As long as she was still around, as long as she was still by his side, that was good. It meant that he had someone to rely on, and that he had a place to return to. What was there to be afraid of when she was unconscious? As long as she was still around, that was more important than anything else. Li Chenglong was silent for a long time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's trip to the Umno Alliance, although it was said lightly and casually, Li Chenglong and the others could imagine that it must have been full of dangers. If it wasn't for the dangers and tribulations that he had experienced, how could Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation improve so quickly and so much? Even if the others had taken the ascending to heaven in a single step fruit, they still couldn't catch up. Just from the previous words, it could be seen that not only did he train in the Umno Alliance, but also in the process of training, he encountered the Devil Clan that was not from the 3 continents. The degree of danger could be imagined. Chapter 1151. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't say a single word about the details. He only said a few words casually. Even if Li Chenglong and the others didn't pursue the matter, how could they not know the truth in their hearts? Let's keep some things to talk about. We'll talk about it when we have nothing to brag about in the future. Li Chenglong turned around and said, Let's build a house according to the plan. From now on, this will be our base. Everyone can gather here. Zhuo Xiaoduo stared at them and said, Who said this place belongs to you? Let me tell you, you can come here to cultivate and make a breakthrough, but there are conditions. Everyone has to pay rent. Don't stare at me with your big eyes. Are you saying that you don't have to pay to buy a house, rent a house, or stay in a hotel? Why do you want to eat and stay for free when you come to my place? It's okay, it's okay. Zhuo, you can settle the bill yourself. How can we not pay? No matter how much you say, we'll pay. We won't bargain. Li Chenglong took Xiang Bing to build the house as if nothing had happened and said, When you settle the bill, I'll pay immediately. Let me see, let me see. Let's set up a temporary stay here for 100 years. 100 years. Zhuo was stunned. His eyes were wide open. Since you want to settle the bill, are you, the landlord, afraid that the tenant will stay here for a long time? Isn't it true that the longer the tenant stays, the more money you'll earn? Then give it to me now. No matter if it's heaven and earth treasures or divine weapons, I won't be picky. What's the rush? Owe it to me first, and we'll settle it together. It's not like I haven't owed you money before. Fuck. Then when are you going to pay me back? I'll pay you back in this life. The 12 of them shouted at the same time. Zhuo's mouth twitched, and his eyes squinted. Fuck, there was only one Li Chenglong in the past. Now all of you are following his example. Can't you learn from him? Can't you be more shameless? Zhuo's cry of grief and indignation echoed in the air. Inside the void extermination tower, 8 big courtyards rose from the ground one after another. Each courtyard occupied more than 2 acres of land. Why were there only 8 courtyards for 12 people? Because that single dogs wouldn't understand this problem. Looking at the walls of the courtyard, he could see that they were all very imposing. The walls were heavily fortified and were at least 30 feet tall. There was only one place for the main gate. And then inside the layout of the interior was rather unsatisfactory at the moment. It was true that these fellows were far stronger than ordinary people, and their cultivations were profound. Moving mountains was a piece of cake for them. However, when it came to building a house, how could it be so simple? There were 360 professions, and every profession had its own master. It was never just a saying, and every profession had its own mysteries. It was just like how Pai Yibao's seemingly grand and magnificent courtyard only had a shack built inside. It was not much better than a dog kennel. Xiang Chong thought that the house that he had painstakingly built was just a dog kennel. It was neither pleasing to the eye nor useful. Gao Qiao, and Jin Piapiao really tried their best to build a house. However, while dreams were beautiful, reality was cruel. Their architectural skills were also limited. They were unable to turn the blueprint in their minds into reality. In the end, what they completed was also a shack. Among them, Li Chenglong, who was the most knowledgeable, and Xiang Bing, who was willing to listen to Li Chenglong's instructions, worked very hard. There were 4 walls, but the roof was still bare. They couldn't help but sigh. It was easier said than done. In the end, they had no choice but to line the roof with pieces of wood to cover it. Then, they covered it with a layer of grass curtain. That was the end of the project. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about rain or snow in the void extermination tower. Then, they placed a few poison prevention pearls around the room and courtyard. Even poisonous insects wouldn't dare to enter. As far as the result was concerned, their house was really the most magnificent and the one that was closest to the structure of a house. After the others came over to take a look, they all praised Li Chenglong for his extensive knowledge. He was even good at building houses. They all followed his example and imitated him. When everyone's house was in its embryonic form, they pulled out beds, sofas, bedding, coffee tables, cups, chairs, and other household items from their space rings. A few women even got hammocks, swings, dressing tables, and so on, but at least in terms of household items, they were really well-rounded. They had everything they needed, but there were also things they didn't need. Everyone was so busy that they were sweating profusely. However, they were also in high spirits. After all, everyone had the concept of a home. However, they didn't have a small home that truly belonged to them. These shacks, dog kennels, and crude houses were very meaningful and precious to them. Xiang Chong carefully moved Zhan Xuejuan into his kennel. As he moved, he muttered, "Zhua is an old pervert. Xuejuan, let's not be together with him." Zhan Xuejuan wasn't awake. If she was awake, she would probably slap him. "Zhua is an old pervert, but your wife has been in his hands for a long time. Besides, what's the use of moving me here? Aren't we still in his private space?" That finally, it was done. It seemed like a long time had passed. Everyone gathered together excitedly and discussed what else they needed. Zhuo said proudly, "You guys have to be careful at night. As the ruler of this space, I can see everything that's going on inside. Don't accidentally see a bunch of naked buttocks. As soon as he said that, the girls immediately blushed. When they thought about it carefully, they couldn't help but feel even more terrified. This matter was very serious. Zhuo Xiaoyan picked up Zhuo Xiaoduo and gave him a good beating. She comforted, "Don't listen to his nonsense. The situation is not that serious. At most, he can scan his space ring and roughly know where the things are. It's nonsense to say that he can see everything. Especially everything in the house. He can't see anything." With Zhuo Xiaoyan's endorsement, everyone was relieved. Then, they swarmed forward and joined forces with Zhuo Xiaoyan to beat up Zhuo Xiaoduo. Gao Qiao gritted her teeth and threatened, "Zhuo, I don't have any defense at my place. Do you dare to come and see?" Zhen Piapiao's face turned red, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Do you dare to look? Look if you have the guts." Zhuo Xiaoyan put on a fierce face. "Do you dare to look?" Zhuo Xiaoduo begged for mercy loudly. "I don't dare. I don't have the guts. Spare my life. I was just joking. Actually, I can't see anything. Really? Ha 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 ha." When everyone saw Zhuo Xiaoduo's wretched state, they were all overjoyed. They couldn't wait to see Zhuo Xiaoduo like this every day. They also felt that it was so easy to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo together with Zhuo Xiaoyan. It was so easy and joyful without any effort. Could it be that Zhuo Xiaoyan's combat power was stronger than Zhuo Xiaoduo's? She was much stronger. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up. They felt that they had found another new backer after Qin Fangyang and Wen Xingtian. The 12 people who had low moral integrity immediately saw Zhuo Xiaoyan as the person they should curry favor with the most. "Sister-in-law, I made this myself."
Try it.
"Sister-in-law, I got this by accident last time." "Sister-in-law, this is." "Sister-in-law, don't think that this thing looks ordinary." Actually, in the blink of an eye, Zhuo Xiaoyan had received a pile of gifts. She didn't even know where they came from. "Boss, it's been a day, right?" Xiang Bing was a little anxious. "What's the situation outside?" "Don't worry." Zhuo Xiaoduo crossed his legs and said calmly, "The flow of time in here is very different from the outside world." "Very different? What's the specific difference?" "If we calculate according to the time outside, 120 days in here is only 1 day outside," Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly. "Doesn't that mean 1 day outside is equivalent to 4 months in here?" Li Chenglong and the others were stunned. 1 day is equivalent to 120 days? 3 days outside is 1 year inside? 1 year outside is 120 years inside? Li Chenglong said, "Boss, if what you said is true, then if a new ginseng is planted here, in the outside world, it will only take 10 years for that new ginseng to grow into a 1,000-year-old ginseng?" Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, "That's what I mean." "Then the ascending to heaven in 1-step fruit tree. Will it take another 30 years to mature again?" "I'm afraid it won't take that long," Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, "because this space of mine is still in the process of being perfected. In the future, the flow of time will only be faster. My ideal plan is 1 day in the outside world is 100 years in here. When I reach this goal, it's almost done." Li Chenglong stared blankly. "Wait. We've been working here for 7 hours. In fact, it's only been a few minutes outside since we came in?" "Yeah, did you just figure it out?" Everyone was clamoring to witness it, so Zhuo Xiaoduo had to bring everyone out. Looking at the almost constant flow of time outside, everyone was speechless. No wonder Zhuo's cultivation is always higher than ours, and so much higher. Even if we get the ascending to heaven in 1 step, we still can't catch up with him. So, this is the truth. Everyone felt that they had discovered the root cause and couldn't help but rub their hands together. Now that we're all in here and enjoy such an abnormal flow of time, doesn't that mean everyone was suddenly excited? Let's practice. 1 day was equivalent to 4 months of time in the outside world. What kind of heaven-blessed cultivation conditions were this? But only when they were with Zhuo would such a good thing happen, so they couldn't waste it. Li Chenglong didn't go in with the others.
It was still daytime.
He let them go into practice first, but Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo had other things to do. Zhuo, your secret is finally exposed. Li Chenglong couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 1152. It doesn't matter. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled faintly. He had wanted to share this secret for a long time, but he was stopped. Until now, when everyone could finally enjoy the time flow and practice together, there was a sense of relief in his heart. Finally, everyone could move forward side by side. They no longer had to act like thieves every time they entered the Tower of Annihilation. They felt very uncomfortable. It's indeed okay now. Li Chenglong smiled and said, they have already entered my cave residence before and practiced in my cave residence, so they have a certain basic understanding of the different space. When they enter the higher level of the space-type cave residence to practice, they naturally won't be as shocked as they were at the beginning. Moreover, everyone's cultivation has improved, so there won't be that kind of envy and jealousy anymore. This is the most suitable time. Li Chenglong also smiled. In fact, his consideration of this matter was not much less than Zhuo Xiaoduo's. If they continued to hide it, after a long time, everyone's cultivation would be more and more far away from Zhuo Xiaoduo's. When it was time to announce it, there would be a gap instead. And now, everyone was on the same starting line, which was just right. It had to be said that Li Chenglong's consideration was very mature. Zhuo Xiaoduo's interest was piqued and he said, I've always known that you obtained the grotto heaven of an ancient almighty, but I've never personally visited it. Tell me, what's the situation of your grotto heaven? Comparisons are odious. Comparisons are odious. For the time being, the flow of time in my cave abode is 1 day outside and 3 days inside. Li Chenglong's face was a little distorted. I thought this was already very heaven-defying. My void-exterminating pagoda has a special change in the flow of time because of its special foundation. In addition, there are many coincidences and opportunities. Yours is almost done in 1 step, and its foundation is even more profound. Even if it only has a time ratio of 1:3, it is already very good. It is an unparalleled treasure, and indeed deserves to be called nature-defying. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was shocked. It's really awesome, swollen. Li Chenglong was speechless when he heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's boasting. That strong feeling of wanting to beat him up rose up spontaneously. He had never seen such a despicable person. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you, I would have. After that, Li Chenglong ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo and picked up a large pile of files by himself and began to study them in detail. Long Yuxing and the others also ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo. They were either looking around the area of the Tower of Annihilation excitedly, or directly entering the cultivation mode to improve their cultivation and improve their skills. Zhuo Xiaonian ignored Zhuo Xiaoduo and entertained the guests inside, especially the female guests. She was behaving like a hostess for a moment. Zhuo Xiaoduo found that he had become a loner, an insignificant character. Thinking of this, he turned around and went to find his grandfather. He still had other important matters to attend to. Grandpa, I have a cold. I just want to talk to you. That's fine. Ahem, it's a small matter. I have a cold and my throat hurts. I can't talk too much. Make it short. I need to rest. It's hard to get up. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, Grandpa, there are 4 fruits here. We don't have much use for them, so we decided to donate them. You know your grandson's status is low, and I don't know any high-level officials. I can't get in touch with any of them. I can only have a slight connection with you, the demon ancestor. So we'll give these fruits to you. You can distribute them as you see fit. What fruits? Why are you so serious? Lei Changtian couldn't help but feel disdainful. What good things can you find with your abilities? You're just a kid after all. You just found some low-class spiritual fruits and presented them to me as treasures. How many good things have you seen? It's nothing. Just 4 fruits, that's all. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't waste any time. With a flip of his hand, 4 fruits appeared in his hand, and he handed them to Lei Changtian. The fruit of instant success?
Damn.
Lei Changtian's eyes widened. On the continent, there were countless treasures. On the ground and underground, there were many spiritual roots and spiritual plants that had been discovered and undiscovered. However, if one were to talk about reaching the heavens in a single bound, they wouldn't dare to say that they would reach the peak and take the first place, but they would at least be in the top 3. It wasn't because the fruit's effect was great, but because the fruit had no side effects at all. Even ordinary people without any martial arts aptitude could eat it and get endless benefits. The spiritual energy contained within this fruit could gradually exert its medicinal effects according to the limit of the user's body. This would allow the user to always be in peak condition, but it would definitely not exceed the limit of the user's body. It was truly miraculous. What was even more magical was that the fruit was effective for martial artists of all levels. Regardless of whether it was for martial disciples, nascent soul transformation clouds, flying heavens mixed yuan, or even Lei Changtian now, eating it would have considerable benefits. It had always been a rare treasure that only existed in legends. It was a dream item. Even if the demon ancestor racked his brains, he would never have thought that Zhuo Xiaoduo would take out so many at once. Where did this thing come from? Lei Zhangtian snatched it away. Li Chenglong and the others found it. There were exactly 18 ripe fruits. All 14 of us ate one each, so there were 4 left. 18. Wouldn't that be super good stuff that was more than 30,000 years old? Hiss. Lei Changtian took a breath. What about the tree? It was given to me. It's now planted in my Annihilation Tower. So generous. Lei Changtian didn't know what he was thinking, but he sighed. So loyal. Such a good thing. Those people actually gave it to Zhuo Xiaoduo without any objection to Sai. If I found it, would I give it to Zhuo Changcheng? Lei Changtian thought for a long time and came to a conclusion. Most likely not. Perhaps if it was just some fruits, he wouldn't be stingy. If there was a surplus, he would definitely share it with the boss. But if it was the fruit tree, the heart-cleansing fruit tree, he most likely wouldn't hand it over. He would only place it in a secret place that only he knew and privatize it forever. After coming to this conclusion, Lei Changtian looked at the 4 fruits in his hand again and suddenly felt something different. How was his relationship with the boss? How was it worse than them? Lei Changtian felt that his brain couldn't turn a corner again. Finally, he sighed. It's good to be young. Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't understand and asked, What? Lei Changtian didn't speak. After a long time, he finally said, I hope that your hearts will not change for thousands of years. He said this sentence in a low voice. He hoped that Zhuo Xiaoduo could hear it, but also hoped that he didn't hear it. He had thought it through. It wasn't that his relationship with his boss wasn't good enough. Instead, it was because, as they grew older, each of them had their own opportunities, and each of them had their own clans. Their thoughts were completely different from those of a single dog who didn't have a clan. Whether it was their mentality, thoughts, everything was different. The difference was
too big.
Zhuo Xiaoduo paused and said softly, It won't change. Lei Changtian patted him on the shoulder and said, What do you want? Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and said, Donors Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, Pai Yibao, Wan Li Xiao. He said the names of the 12 people, including Li Chenglong, one by one. Why isn't your name? Lei Changtian couldn't help but feel strange when he didn't mention his name. You don't have to add me this time. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and said, Including me, I reckon that this time's merit will all fall on my head. My identity and origin are no longer a secret in the eyes of the true upper echelons, right? If there are any benefits, as long as it's possible, they will naturally lean towards me. They are the ones who need to show their faces in front of the higher-ups. Not to mention, these fruits of instant success weren't obtained by me at all. It's already a great bargain to get a share of the profits. People should be content with what they have. Lei Changtian squinted his eyes and said, Grandpa is naturally gratified that you can maintain such a state of mind. But there's one thing you might be thinking too much about. Every one of your friends has already shown their faces in front of the higher-ups. They definitely need more than you think. Much more than you think.
Hee.
Zhuo Xiaoduo naturally understood what this meant. He couldn't help but scratch his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Lei Changtian immediately went out to find Bai Yunduo. The 4 fruits of instant success were a big deal. They had to be dealt with as soon as possible. As soon as the demon ancestor met Bai Yunduo, he handed the 4 fruits to her and immediately ordered, "These 4 fruits, one for you, one for Xiaohu, one for Xiaoyu, and the last one for Nanjingqian."
Ah.
Bai Yunduo was shocked. Demon ancestor, these 4 fruits of instant success are enough to be regarded as high-level strategic resources. How can they be so easily decided? Lei Changtian said, "I brought these fruits over. If I let you eat them, you should eat them. Don't I even have the right to decide on these 4 fruits?" Bai Yunduo looked conflicted. "I think it's better to let the new prodigies eat them. They'll benefit more." Instant success is not only dependent on one's cultivation realm, but also on one's luck. What the astral souls lack the most right now is the advancement of the top cultivators. Lei Changtian's expression turned grave. "Your cultivation hasn't reached the point where you can perceive the tides of heaven and earth, but I've been having a feeling recently that the time is coming. Once the major races return, the current Kashian imperial gods will be reduced to cannon fodder.
Most of them will die.
The so-called long-term consideration is meaningless. There's no time to improve. When that time comes, it doesn't matter if you're a prodigy or not. Once you become an Anitya Hellguard, you'll still die. But you're the ones who still have time to improve. Even if you only have a little more accumulation, you'll still be stronger than those kids who have improved by several major realms." Bai Yunduo. "But. No buts. Just do as I say. Immediately, immediately, immediately. Work overtime tonight.
Try to get 2 drafts.
Chapter 1153. Bai Yunduo hesitated. "Our talents aren't bad, but our luck isn't. We might not be able to reach the peak. But if we give it to new geniuses, maybe." "Geniuses? How many geniuses can a continent produce?" Lei Zhongtian pursed his lips and said, "Did you see that? There are 14 top geniuses in Little Nianer's courtyard. I also heard that Zhou Yunqing from martial arts high above clouds has had a series of fortuitous encounters. He entered the sword barrow half a year ago and hasn't come out yet. He's being tempered by the boundless sword intent in the sword barrow. Once the body tempering is successful, it will be the embryonic form of a sword god. Now, the martial arts academy in the clouds doesn't do anything. Even that old bastard Gu Qianfan has to drag his 2 crippled legs back to the martial arts academy in the clouds to participate in the protection. They've even mobilized a few of the 9 Heavens Pavilion's consecrators and a few of the Imperial family's consecrators. With Zhou Yunqing and the 14 below, there are 15 peerless geniuses." "Peerless geniuses," Lei Changtian said. "Think about it. How much luck does the continent have to support so many geniuses? Geniuses like them who have suppressed their cultivation more than 10 times have never appeared before. Now that so many of them have appeared, do you think it's just a coincidence? The heavenly Tao has been nurturing this for so long, and it's finally erupting like this. In the past, there were geniuses like this in every generation, but they were all solitary existences. That includes me, your master, your mistress, and even you little tiger and little fish. Strictly speaking, we don't belong to the same generation. There's always been 1 or 2 of them emerging from the continent. Since when have so many of them appeared at once? Do you think there'll be new geniuses after them? That's impossible. Let's wait for this batch to pass. I'm afraid that within the next 10,000 years, there won't be a new batch of them. Don't tell me you don't understand this logic?" Lei Changtian said sternly. "I understand, but..." "No buts. You're close to the Heavenly King stage. You're just 1 step away from the peak of the Astral Souls continent. Don't be so indecisive, all right? Even if your master says that what I did was wrong, I will bear all the consequences. It has nothing to do with you." Lei Changtian took a light breath. In the past, when the dynasties changed, a considerable part of it was due to the flow of destiny. Only with the appearance of the child of destiny would there be a change in dynasty. Therefore, in ancient times, calling the emperor the son of heaven, especially the founding emperor, was truly not wrong. These people have gone through hundreds of battles without dying. Even in desperate situations, they can still escape from death. They can even benefit from misfortune. As for the people he relies on, no matter how strong they are, they can't escape death. He is the only one who can't die, even though he seems to be constantly on the line between life and death. Throughout his life, there were many seemingly coincidental events that pushed him to achieve hegemony. Do you think it's just a coincidence? For example, when the army was mobilized, there was clearly no hope at all, but there was a general on the enemy's side who rebelled. His life was clearly in the hands of the enemy at all times, but he didn't die in the end and even achieved hegemony. Even if he surrendered with ulterior motives and pretended to be polite, he would be appreciated and valued by the enemy. He would be trusted unconditionally. Countless subordinates of the opponent can see that this person is very dangerous. If he is left alive, he will be a great threat. However, the leader just can't kill him. Even if he wants to, it is already too late. The situation is already set. How many fools could be the enemy of such a hegemon? Can't they see it? Are they really that stupid? Don't they know how to read people's hearts and judge the situation? If these kings were really that stupid, they wouldn't even be able to support an ordinary family, let alone a king. They would only be impoverished and be cuckolded. Their wives would have abandoned them long ago. But it is precisely this kind of leader who is so magnanimous towards the most dangerous and fatal opponent of his life. What do you think this is? It's all a coincidence? It's all because the enemy is stupid? It's all because he's smart, compromising and enduring humiliation in order to survive?
Wrong.
Bullshit. Lei Changtian said. This is the protection of luck. Before the luck is exhausted, those with great luck will definitely not die. It's impossible not to believe this. Those who succeed have wisdom, cleverness, stratagems, coincidences, and all the above. However, if they don't have enough luck, it's still difficult to succeed. And as long as you reach our level of cultivation, as long as you're not forced into a desperate situation where you can't dodge, you can live as long as the heavens and the earth, and as old as the sun and the moon. But how can you not understand that in this world, there really is heaven's will? This is heaven's will. This is it. And the emergence of Xiao Duo and this group of geniuses is also because of this. But exactly how far they can go is not something we can say for sure. Because the current heavenly Tao is incomplete. Lei Changtian patted Bai Yunduo's shoulder and said, "As long as I'm in Shangjing, you don't have to worry. Go back and deal with this matter immediately. Just follow my instructions and give the spiritual fruits to these people." Why do you have to take the fruits? Because you are a group of geniuses before Xiao Duo and the others. You are the so-called people blessed by heaven. It's only meaningful for you to take the fruits. Bai Yunduo bit her lip and nodded slowly. As for Dongfang Jingyang and the others, on the surface, it seems that he is more suitable than Nanjing Qian, but he has been studying the art of aura observation and has revealed too much of heaven's will, so his luck has been greatly damaged. That's why he is no longer the best candidate to take the fruits. If there is a fifth spiritual fruit, of course, I won't miss it. But unfortunately, there isn't a fifth spiritual fruit, or he doesn't have the luck. Seeing Bai Yunduo's hesitation, Lei Changtian directly told her the answer in his heart. Then he urged, "Why aren't you going?" Bai Yunduo took a deep breath and said, "I'm going now." Then, he bowed respectfully and soared into the sky. Watching her leave, Lei Changtian thought for a while and took out his phone. He called Zhua Changlu. This time he spoke more fluently. Xiao Duo's brothers got 4 fruits to heaven in one step and donated them. I gave the fruits to Yunduo, and asked Xiao Hu, Xiao Yu, and Nanjing Qian to take 1 each. Yunduo seems to feel bad. Why don't you explain it to them? Zhua Changlu didn't hesitate. You did a great job. You're mature and decisive. I'll settle it with them immediately. After hanging up the phone, Lei Changtian's face was full of smiles.
He he he. He he he.
Boss praised me. You did a great job. Mature and decisive. Ha 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 ha. Lei Changtian's old face was glowing, showing his 16 teeth. He was extremely happy. These words of praise were enough for him to be happy for a whole year. Next, Li Chenglong was flipping through the files, looking up information, and writing something on a piece of paper. His eyes were fixed, and his brain was spinning crazily, deducing. So Xiaoduo didn't dare to disturb Li Chenglong for a moment. He just drank his tea and waited for Li Chenglong to continue. Finally, Li Chenglong stopped his series of actions. He looked up at the sky with a thoughtful expression. In his heart, he went through everything again and murmured, "It's not enough. What else is missing? It's still missing." The movements of various parties in the past 1 or 2 days, Li Chenglong said. This must be the most detailed information. So Xiaonian said quietly, I'll be in charge of this. I'll give you the information as soon as possible.
Okay.
Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong both agreed. With Zhou Xiaonian's status in the Nine Heavens Pavilion, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about these things. However, before Zhou Xiaonian left, there was a sudden sound outside the door. Then, someone knocked on the door. A voice asked, Is Zhou here? It wasn't the voice of the Yu family's little fatty. Who else could it be?
Come in.
Zhou Xiaoduo was full of confidence now. He sat at the door with his legs crossed, looking at the courtyard door with disdain. Humph, little fatty, he's just the descendant of the heavenly king of the right. Ha, he's a generation away from me. Moreover, there was a huge gap between them. I can't allow him to call me big brother anymore. That's overstepping my authority. Even calling him grandpa is not enough. He has to call me ancestor or ancestor directly. After all, my real seniority is the same as the heavenly king of the right and the heavenly king of the right. Isn't that ancestor?
Zwa.
Haha. Second brotherly. You're all here. Little Hero appeared at the door with a flattering look on his face. Li Chenglong looked up. Hey, little fatty you. Come in and take a seat. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little embarrassed. He said sternly, Why are you hiding at the door? Come in quickly. What did this guy call me and Li Chenglong just now? He called me Zhua and Li Chenglong second brother.
How can this be?
Shouldn't he be calling me ancestor Zhua? Li Chenglong's seniority will also rise. Calling him second brother will mess up the seniority. If Li Chenglong and little fatty you call each other brother, then Li Chenglong will have to call me ancestor too.
Haha.
Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh secretly. Little Hero you scratched his head and said, Someone else came with me today. Who was it? Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. A shadow flashed at the entrance, and a graceful figure appeared. Her face was elegant and beautiful, her figure was tall and curvaceous. She was like an orchid in a deep valley that suddenly appeared in front of the door. She was wearing a blue ordinary dress and walked in slowly. Looking at Zhou Xiaoduo, she smiled gratefully. Master Zhua, benefactor, it's me, Mo Xuani. I heard that you came to the capital and wanted to thank you. I took the liberty to visit you. I hope Master Zhua won't blame me. Chapter 1154. Zhou Xiaoduo was instantly enlightened and said in surprise, It's you. Xian Yi, come in and have a seat. Why are you here with this unruly little fatty? The moment he saw Mo Xianyi, Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly felt a sense of loss from the bottom of his heart. Everything that happened in Phoenix City flashed before his eyes like smoke, as if it was yesterday. Phoenix City, the small streets, the Ning family, the giant Meng family, Meng Qinyu. The old principal, Chief Jiang, teacher Hu. Those classmates, the fortune-telling, fooling around, feng shui, setting up formations. In an instant, Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes were in a trance. The rarest thing in life is to meet an old friend in a foreign land after a storm. Speaking of which, he didn't have much contact with Mo Xianyi before. They were just strangers who met by chance, a few times, and karma. But at this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. This strange feeling made Zhou Xiaoduo suddenly become enthusiastic. Mo Xianyi's mood was also excited. After thanking him again, he went into the courtyard and began to take out gifts from a space ring. he said embarrassedly. Master Zwa, my strength is shallow, and I really don't have anything good on me. It's just a small token of my appreciation. These food are all made by myself, these clothes. I also made them myself. And the two exchanged pleasantries and spoke enthusiastically. But the little fatty, who was still at the door, was completely stunned.
You
know each other? The little fatty's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He looked at Immerse and Zwa Xiaoduo in shock, and his heart suddenly became depressed. No wonder when he went to see Immerse this time, he was still treated coldly and didn't show the slightest interest. But when he said that he wanted to visit a friend, the peerless genius Zwa, Immerse's attitude suddenly changed. She actually smiled at him and even accepted some small gifts from him for the first time. Then, she expressed her interest in following him to visit this legendary, peerless genius. The ranger suddenly felt like he was wrapped up in a sudden happiness and set off together with Immerse in a daze. Along the way, he kept fantasizing that he was now a man who could bring the woman he liked to visit his big brother. He was a man who had a peerless beauty by his side. How would he act cool then? Even if such a moment wasn't unique, it was at least unprecedented. Along the way, he had already thought of more than 100 different ways to act cool. Yet, when he reached his destination, not only were they all unsuitable, there were even some that the girl beside him took the initiative to talk to him, and her attitude was even more intimate than when she talked to him. And the food and clothes that were made by hand. What were they doing? Wasn't this a bit upside down? The ranger anxiously walked in and stood between Zwa Xiaoduo and Immerse. He was getting more and more worried. The more they talked, the more intimate they became. Would they hug each other later? That definitely couldn't happen. Please don't.
Zwa.
You two know each other? He asked just now, but no one responded. What was there to be afraid of? He could just ask again. Face, awkwardness, whatever, it wasn't important. He didn't need to care about it. One was a boss that he didn't dare to provoke. The other was a woman that he liked and didn't dare to provoke. What was there to think about? Of course we know each other, Zwa Xiaoduo said in surprise. The two of us have already made it so obvious. And you still can't tell? You even asked such a question? Your IQ is questionable.
Ha ha ha.
I mean, when did you two know each other? What does this have to do with you? Immerse was unwilling. Why did this guy act like he found out that his wife was having an affair? This tone. Are you interrogating me? Immerse frowned.
No.
I wouldn't dare. I'm just curious. Curious. He. Xiao Xiao laughed dryly. Immerse's face was cold as he turned to Zwa Xiaoduo and smiled. Benefactor, let's ignore him. He's just a rich kid, a slippery young man. He's been pestering me all this time. He's not a bad person, but he's a little childish and self-righteous. At that moment, Hiro Yu shut himself up. I thought your impression of me was pretty good, but in the end, it turned out to be, these few adjectives of yours are simply making my heart turn cold. So, this was the truth. So, it was a sin to not be handsome enough. Zwa, you're so handsome, and you're so capable. You rely on your looks and talent. Who can compete with you? Zwa Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were both shrewd people. How could they not see what was going on in this situation? They looked at each other and saw the meaning in each other's eyes. Sit down. Zwa Xiaoduo led the two to the living room. Li Chenglong made tea, and Zwa Xiaoduo said intentionally or unintentionally, Miss Xuani, how are you doing in Shangjing these days? Is everything going well? It's going well. Immerse's face flushed with excitement as he said, ever since I came to Shangjing, I found a job on the surface and secretly opened a small company. I invested in it myself, commanded it in secret, and became the boss behind the scenes. These 2 years have been very comfortable, and the income has been very good. A few days ago, I bought some pills for my parents, and their bodies have recovered a lot. I plan to buy a house in Shangjing soon. When the conditions are better in the future, I'll see if my parents' bodies can recover more and mend the foundation of their bodies. I don't expect the two of them to be able to go far on the path of martial arts. I just hope that the two of them can live longer and allow me to be filial for a few more years. That's enough. Xiao Xia scratched his head. You opened a company. How come I didn't know? Who are you to me? Why do I have to let you know about my affairs? Mo Xuanyi said coldly. However, when he turned his head to face Wishaoduo, he regained his smile and said, Master's Wa's manifestation technique is truly divine. Everything that you've said has come true, and my life is getting better and better. Master's Wa, you're really an extraordinary person of this generation, a talent of this generation. Li Chenglong laughed. Interesting, really interesting. Although Mo Xuanyi seemed to be speaking sarcastically to the little fatty, every word he said was meant to remind the wandering hero that this Master's Wa was a god, and that he would always hit the nail on the head.
You.
Don't miss this opportunity. It seems that there really is something between the two of them. Then, under the little fatty's shameless and persistent questioning, especially under the little fatty's pitiful and expectant eyes, although Mo Xuanyi's face was full of unwillingness and impatience, she still vividly recounted what had happened. Obviously, she was proving that what she said was true. Hearing this, the little fatty's eyebrows rose in delight, and he was also a little scared. Fortunately, you didn't go against Boss Swa to the end. Otherwise, who knows where you would have died long ago. After 3 rounds of tea, everyone's mood had calmed down a lot. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Xiao Xia and said, Xuanyi is a good girl. If you just want to play around, then stay away. If you want to spend the rest of your life with her, then you have to hold on tight. She's such a beautiful girl. You're not the only one who wants to pursue her. Mo Xuanyi's face was red, and she said angrily, Master's Wa, there's nothing between us. Xiao Xia's face was full of excitement, and he nodded vigorously. I know. Definitely. I'm not playing around. Definitely not. I'm serious. I want a lifetime. I'll definitely hold on tight. Don't worry, Zwa. His tone was unusually heavy and solemn. Every word he uttered sounded like he was making a vow. Mo Xuanyi's face finally softened a little, but when she thought of Xiao Xia's family, she couldn't help but sigh deeply in her heart. It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. The family of the Heavenly King of the Right, the #1 family in the world. Just this alone was already not something an ordinary person like her could hope to reach. If it was before, Xiao Xia was still an unvalued, hedonistic son of the family, perhaps there would still be some hope. But now, Xiao Xia had become the rightful heir of the Yu family and the candidate for the future head of the family. This pulled the gap between the two of them even further apart, and they were out of reach. With her family background and her past, and no matter what, even if everyone in the Yu family went crazy, they would never accept a woman like her as the head of the family. After this, it's better to find a chance to completely end it. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. While drinking tea, she raised her head, and her eyes quickly swept across Xiao Xia's face. The pain in her eyes flashed, and she immediately regained her calm. Little fatty, you and I are destined to be people of different worlds. A wrong fate does not belong to the family, does not belong to the country, does not belong to the world, and does not belong to each other. Fortunately, you and I have not fallen too deeply. It's better for both of us to end it as soon as possible. When I go back this time, I will sell the company, and then take my parents and move to another place to live. From now on, we will both stay in the memories of each other. Zhou Xiaoduo calmly looked at Xiao Xia, and then at Mo Xuanyi, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Picking up the teapot, he poured tea and said, Xuanyi, you didn't come to find me just to see me, right? And I did find something, but I didn't know who to tell. What did you find? Is it related to your sect? Yes. Mo Xuanyi bit her lower lip and said, When I went out recently, I saw a few signs. Or should I say secret signals? Signs? Secret signals? Zhou Xiaoduo frowned and sat up straight. Yes, the signs of the Ravenous Wolf sect, the secret signal of the Broken Military sect, and the 7 Kill sect. All of them. Chapter 1155. Mo Shwani's face was filled with fear and solemnity. The Big Dipper 9-star sects. I'm afraid all of them have come to Shangjing this time. Zhuo frowned and murmured in thought. Sha Palang. Big Dipper 9-star sect. Mo Shwani said, if I'm not wrong, the Star Lords and even the Star Lords have gathered. It seems like they're going to do something big. Zhuo's face suddenly darkened. He immediately thought of the Wang family's plot, the changes in the Heavenly Tao, the Qi Watchers outside, Sha Palang in Phoenix City, and the Phoenix Pulse Spirit. At this moment, Zhuo suddenly had a realization. Perhaps the direction he had thought of before was wrong, a huge mistake. If what Mo Shwani said was the foundation and the framework was the starting point, it would be a whole new direction, and one that he had never thought of before. The gathering of the elites of the UMNO Alliance's Big Dipper sect was a little. Miss Shwani, based on what you know, what is the status of the Big Dipper sect in the UMNO Alliance? Zhuo asked. Extremely disregarded. The UMNO Alliance has never taken the Big Dipper sect seriously. They order them around and don't treat the Big Dipper sect as human beings at all. Mo Shwani said.
What?
Disregarded? Or even treated as human beings? Why is that? Zhuo, Li Chenglong, and Yu Xia were stunned when they heard this. This situation was different from what they had guessed. In the eyes of the people of the Astral Souls, the UMNO Alliance's Big Dipper sect and the Big Dipper sect were extremely crafty. They would only take action after making a plan and would not easily take action. Once they took action, it would cause a turmoil in the people of the Astral Souls. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the monitoring department commanded by Yunduo were set up to deal with this organization, but they still had the upper hand and were in a passive position. In the previous Phoenix City Soul Awakening situation, if not for the appearance of Zhuo, who was completely out of the Big Dipper sect's calculations, the Phoenix City Soul Awakening situation would have suffered a crushing defeat.
Yes.
This is the most common and even recognized understanding of the UMNO Alliance people. First, the UMNO Alliance has always believed that the Big Dipper sect is the Tao of strength, and they disdain for the Big Dipper sect's the Dipper sects advocated heavenly fate and set, and they disdain the Big Dipper sect. The Big Dipper sect. With the alliance with the Big Dipper sect with Big Dipper sect, sect, they disdainful belief the Dipper sect, Dipper per Dipper sect, and the Dipper sect. Is Dipper sect per sect? Mo Shwani said straightforwardly. In other words, the origin of the Star Sect's orthodoxy is the demon race, and has nothing to do with the witch race. The ones who are truly worshipped in the Stargate sect are also the Celestial Emperors, the Star Lords, and the Patriarchs. They have never been worshipped great shamans. Mo Shwani said, our ideals and beliefs are different, so how can the UMNO Alliance trust our court? Then, why did the Wu people keep your star doors? Or even accept you? Li Chenglong asked curiously. If that's the case, shouldn't we eliminate these star sects as soon as possible? I don't know the reason behind this either. After all, I was originally only a low-level disciple of the Stargate, so my knowledge is very limited. Mo Shwani said with a frown. In fact, what I know about this strange and complicated relationship is known to all the disciples of the Star Sect and the generals of the Sorcerer tribe. Or maybe the Wu people have other uses for the Stargate. Zhuo said, I think there must be a reason. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept it. After all, it was a force that originally belonged to the Demon Clan. But things are getting more and more complicated. This new clue has cut my original network of relationships into pieces. I almost have to reconstruct it completely. Li Chenglong rubbed his temples and said with a bitter smile, and I think there might be other factors in this matter, far more than this. Zhuo also knew that the situation was out of control and that they had to start all over again. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed and said in a deep voice, it's definitely not everything. I'll have to trouble you from now on. Mo Shwani said, Benefactor, from now on, I don't dare to make any rash moves. Firstly, my knowledge is limited, and if I make wild guesses, what I give you may not be clues, but may instead be misleading. Secondly, with my background, I don't know when I will be targeted. If possible, I plan to withdraw from Shangjing. Xiao Xia said angrily. What withdraw from Shangjing? No matter how big the matter is, I'm here. What Big Dipper? If they dare to make trouble for you, I'll wipe them all out. Mo Xuanyi smiled faintly and didn't say anything. The Yu family was undoubtedly powerful, and they had the heavenly king of the right behind them, as well as the star-plucking monarch. If both sides went all out, Mo Xuanyi believed that the Star Sect wouldn't be able to defeat the Yu family. But the Star Sect had existed in the cracks for so many years, and they had their own ways of survival. If your Yu family wants to capture a few of them and kill them, that's possible, and it can even be done easily. But if you want to wipe them all out, I can only say that you're dreaming. Furthermore, how could the Yu family be willing to go to such lengths for a woman like me and pay such a heavy price? I believe that you're not just talking empty words. You'll definitely go back and push for this matter. But what you don't know is that the moment you say that, it will be the time for us to separate. Because the Yu family can use this matter to completely pull apart the distance between us. If I were an elder of the Yu family, I would do the same, definitely. Xuanyi, thank you. Zhou Xiaoduo looked at Mo Xuanyi and said seriously. Benefactor, what are you saying? If it weren't for you, Xuanyi wouldn't be here today. Mo Xuanyi said, it's a pity that I'm destined to not be able to help you much in this matter. No. Your help is already more than enough. Not only is it big enough, it's also more than enough. Zhou Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said, your clue is that you found a blind spot in my thinking. Li Chenglong nodded vigorously. The saying of a blind spot in one's thinking really couldn't be any more true. Even if you had heaven-defying abilities, if you didn't know the existence of the real enemy, it would be useless. Mo Xuanyi smiled happily. When other people smiled, their eyes would first curve and then their face would open up, but Mo Xuanyi's nose would first wrinkle slightly, then her eyes would curve, revealing a bright and beautiful smile, and then the corners of her mouth would start to curl up. Zhou Xiaoduo actually saw through the layers of her smile and couldn't help but admire her. Even the order of her smile was different from others. It was truly unique. The ranger on the side was directly stunned. After such a long time, this was the first time he discovered that Mo Xuanyi could be so beautiful when she smiled. For a moment, his heart trembled, and he was dazzled. Well, there's one more thing, but I'm not very sure. What is it? Mo Xuanyi hesitated a little and said, a few days ago, when I was shopping, I saw a woman coming out of the door of the fairy-like shop opposite. She looked a little like. She bit her lips, hesitated for a moment, and said, a little like Ning Qingcheng. Ning Qingcheng? Zhou Xiaoduo's eyes suddenly became serious and said, it's her? Are you sure? I'm just not sure. I've only seen her once, and I've seen more photos of her. After all, her beauty is rare in the world. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but ponder. Li Chenglong asked, Zhou, why do you ask? Zhou Xiaoduo said, at the beginning of the Astral Souls test, what was your Astral Souls aptitude? What was Long Yuxing's? What was Wanli Xiu's? Li Chenglong said, I'm 89 Astral Souls, 92 Long Yuxing, 91 Li Xiu, 87 Li Changming, and the lowest, 79 Yu Moyan. On the side, the little fatty ranger said, Zhou, I'm 93 Astral Souls. Zhou Xiaoduo said lightly, Astral Souls aptitude is an innate aptitude. The higher the aptitude of Astral Souls, the greater the future achievements. This is a kind of heaven's luck. This you should understand now, right? Of course we understand. But do you know at that time, Ning Qingcheng was 97 Astral Souls. This is the second highest in the entire history of Phoenix City. And this aptitude, even in the entire continent of Astral Souls, is enough to rank Ning Qingcheng among the best in Astral Souls, shocking the world. Everyone instantly understood the meaning of Zhou Xiaoduo's words and couldn't help but exclaim, that high. Especially Yu Xiaoxia, he originally thought that he was high enough. But he didn't expect that not only was there someone with a higher star soul aptitude than him, but it was also several grades higher. It had to be known that even in a family with a great destiny like the Yu clan, his star soul aptitude of 93 was already one of the top 3 in the Yu clan amongst his peers. But now, a girl's name that Shwani casually mentioned was close to full marks for astral souls. Zwa, 97 astral souls is only second. Then who's number 1? Little hero Yu's eyes widened. Phoenix City has such good feng shui? Zwa Xiaoduo snorted and rolled his eyes. The first is your sister-in-law, 99 astral souls. Amazing! That's amazing! The ranger was shocked. 99 astral souls. Isn't this the legendary limit of aptitude? This was even more impressive than perfect astral souls. This was because the so-called perfect astral souls could be obtained through the use of resources by the major families. However, they would not deliberately accumulate 99 astral souls. The innate aptitude of 99 astral souls was a blessing from the heavens. How could the perfect astral souls formed by other methods be mentioned in the same breath? Although the so-called perfect astral souls seemed to be a step higher, it was still not the true meaning of heaven's luck. A man-made perfect astral souls would not be favored by heaven's luck, but would be followed by heaven's wrath, and their future achievements would be inferior to others. Therefore, many large clans gave up after a few attempts. This was heaven's will, and it was not something that could be changed by humans. Even if he could condense a perfect astral soul, what he could condense would only be data and not a true aptitude. Chapter 1156. I knew that sister-in-law was a god's favored daughter, but I didn't expect her to be such a god's favored daughter. She's just like a textbook. Xiao Xia was already in awe. He was probably about to prostrate himself in admiration. 99 astral souls. How could one give birth to such a thing? Zwa Xiaoduo said proudly. That's right. Don't you know whose fiancée she is? By the way, Zwa, how many astral souls are you? Phoenix City already has the first and second place, and you're third? Xiao Xia asked curiously. With Zwa's talent, he should be at least 96, right? He definitely wouldn't be an ordinary person. That was for sure. Zwa Xiaoduo's face darkened. Li Chenglong was thinking about Ning Qingcheng. He burst out laughing when he heard that. Zwa tested astral souls back then, and I heard that he didn't get it. Ha 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 ha. Zwa Xiaoduo glared at Li Chenglong as if he wanted to eat him alive. He gritted his teeth and said, You're the one who opened your mouth? Get back to your work. Under Zwa Xiaoduo's threat, Li Chenglong's laughter stopped abruptly. Didn't get it? Xiao Xia was stunned.
Ahem.
It's not that I didn't get it. The machine was broken. Zwa Xiaoduo rolled his eyes. He remembered his mother telling him that he had tested his astral soul, but his astral soul was weak and feeble. If other people's astral souls were like a raging fire, his astral soul was like a candle flickering in the wind. For astral souls, there would be no data if one's astral soul was below 30. He didn't get any data. Zwa Xiaoduo estimated that if he compared it with Zwa Xiaonian's, and Zwa Xiaonian's score was 99, then his score should be 0.5? Ha 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 ha. Zwa Xiaonian, who was beside him, burst out laughing. Zwa Xiaoduo was speechless. Ranger and Li Chenglong's shoulders trembled. They couldn't hold it in any longer. Let's talk business. Zwa Xiaoduo frowned and quickly changed the topic, saying, Ning Qingcheng was born with 97 astral souls. Her luck is extraordinarily strong. I wonder why Ning Qingcheng appeared in Shangjing at this delicate moment. Ning Qingcheng's luck belongs to her astral soul's luck. Such a astral soul, such a genius, suddenly appeared in Shangjing at this time. Previously, the Ning family was wiped out. Where did Ning Qingcheng go? Zwa Xiaoduo frowned. The entire Ning family is dead. Why is Ning Qingcheng still alive? Only Zwa Xiaoduo himself knew the meaning of this sentence. He understood how cruel the formation he had set up was. Logically speaking, no one from the Ning family should have survived. But Ning Qingcheng. What was going on? Li Chenglong frowned and fell into deep thought. Shwani and Ranger pretended to be thinking, but in fact, their minds were blank and blank. Both of them knew that it was impossible for them to think of anything. This kind of brainstorming was not for them to do. Zhuo sounded like he was asking a question, but in fact, he was just talking to himself. Was there anyone else with her at that time? There was a man next to her, but I didn't know him. Emoshwani said, also, I'm not sure if I've seen wrongly. After all, I've only met Ning Qingqing once. It was only because of her outstanding beauty that I had a deep impression of her. But every girl with a celestial appearance is as beautiful as a flower, so it's not impossible for me to have seen wrongly. Zhuo frowned and said, it's better to believe it than not. There's no harm in being careful. Li Chenglong nodded and then pulled out another line. He suddenly felt more and more headache. Zhuo, the Ning family had a grudge against you at that time. This Ning Qingqing. I just learned that the Alliance's Stargate sect has come, and now Ning Qingqing has appeared, and it's a new line of thought. The complexity has increased exponentially. Now I have a headache just thinking about it. There's nothing we can do about it. Zhuo said, back then the Ning family and the Meng family were destroyed by the few of us. The old principal, Teacher Qin, me, Nian Mao, everyone had a part in it. If Ning Qingqing wants to take revenge, not only does it make sense, it's even justified. We can connect everything together. Even if it makes sense, with Ning Qingqing's strength and resources, how could she provoke the Wang family? What qualifications does she have to participate in this game? Li Chenglong thought hard. After Emoshwani finished speaking, she wanted to leave, but was stopped by Zhuo. These two beauties, who were supposed to be enemies, were now sitting together and talking intimately, which made Zhuo sigh. Things in this world were really unpredictable. No matter how smart you were, you couldn't guess the subsequent changes. All in all, everything was so confusing. Next was the wandering hero. Boss, I also have a few news to report. Then reported. With Emoshwani's information, Zhuo's heart was a little heavy. The wandering hero coughed and was about to speak, but then he took out a piece of paper from his spatial ring, glanced at it, and said, recently, the various voices on the internet are getting louder and louder. All the students who graduated from Phoenix City are wantonly denouncing the Wang family. There are more than 10,000 short stories related to the old principal He Yuanyue on the internet. They are all bits and pieces of life, written by the students according to their own memories. Although they are not thrilling, they are all warm and heartwarming, and even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. And a company called Zhuo is doing all they can to promote this matter. On one hand, they are guiding the people to have feelings of remembrance, respect, love, admiration, and from the bottom of their hearts for the old principal. In addition, countless students from Hidden Dragon High School, Yinduan High School, Ancestral Dragon High School, and Water City First High School have all responded to participate in the denouncing, writing bits and pieces between themselves and their teachers in response to this matter. Gradually, thousands of streams, tens of thousands of rivers converging into the sea, and now, not only have they converged into a sea, but gradually, the waves of voices have reached the sky and are getting out of hand. Although the Wang family's team is powerful and their tactics are brilliant, and they're sparing no expense, throwing money around and relying on their powerful capital to counterattack, they are still just one family. Under the impact of the tide of true feelings of the people, they can only retreat and resist. Now, the old principal He Yuanyue's reputation in the astral souls has reached a point where it can. The wandering hero was silent for a moment and then said, be canonized as a moral saint. Be canonized as a moral saint. Zhuo was silent for a moment, and his eyes flashed. At the side, Zhuo and Li Chenglong were also deep in thought. Perhaps, they could use this opportunity to push the old principal onto the altar and create a legend in the world. If that was really the case, then they would have to go with the flow and put in more effort. Li Chenglong's lips moved, and he said telepathically, now that things have come to this point, it's up to the higher-ups to decide what to do. The help we can provide is not enough. Zhuo replied telepathically, for the higher-ups, There are only advantages and no disadvantages to pushing the deceased principal onto the altar and setting a moral example. If they can use this to set a goal for the people to respect and set a benchmark for the martial arts industry, it will be a good thing. Then, as you said, at this stage, we don't have to do anything, and we can just leave everything to the higher-ups. If we do it on our own and add fuel to the fire, it will be too deliberate, and we will be at a disadvantage. By the way, I have already sent the 4 fruits to the higher-ups through a certain channel. The fruits alone are a heavy bargaining chip, and the higher-ups will definitely consider it and favor us more. Boss, you are so resourceful and resourceful. I admire you. I don't need you to flatter me. Zhuaishuai's company just needs to maintain its current state. Understood. The two of them quickly exchanged a few words, and this matter was settled. The ranger was a person who knew how to read people's eyes. Seeing that the two of them were discussing telepathically, he naturally stopped talking. He waited until the two of them turned to look at him, before he continued. The current trend of public opinion on the internet has already shown a one-sided trend, especially the bad deeds of the Wang family in recent years. Many people have dug them out one by one and made them public. It's impossible for them to turn the tables. I believe that after a while, if this continues to ferment, the reputation and glory of the war god family will be completely lost. Li Chenglong listened and suddenly frowned. No, this is not the result we want. We can't let this happen. He suddenly became alert. We have to stop this trend. We only need to target the Wang family, and we can't criticize the war god family. It's too late. Zhou Xiaonian, who was scrolling through her phone, looked up and said, "They've already started to target us, and the momentum is huge." She handed her phone to Zhou Xiaoduo. Zhou Xiaoduo casually swiped a few times, and all he saw were comments about the war god family. There were also countless posts that followed the trend, crazily popping up like bamboo shoots after the rain. The content of these posts all pointed to the same thing. The descendants of the Wang family are so domineering. What right does Wang Feihong have to occupy the title of war god? Does Wang Feihong deserve the title of war god? Such a family can actually be called war god. Wang Feihong's previous title of heavenly king was also a lie. War god family just like this. His descendants are so filthy and despicable. Wang Feihong is a war god in vain. What war god, bah? The more he read, the gloomier Zhou Xiaoduo's face became. Li Chenglong and the ranger also leaned over to take a look. After a while, the three of them looked at each other and saw a hint of unease in each other's eyes. And here I was wondering why the Wang clan, a clan with many generations of history, would be so weak. So this is the trump card of the other party. Retreating in order to advance, retreating all the way to the limit. Just when we seem to have the upper hand, he used such a killing move. Chapter 1157. I believe that more than 90% of these posts are directed and promoted by the Wang family. This was a countercurrent move that would allow one to rise from the brink of death, as long as these voices become a wave, to the point where they can directly shake Heavenly King Guhong's position. They will definitely be suppressed by the government. The Wang family is the Wang family. Even if the descendants of the Wang family have committed all kinds of crimes, they can't stop Heavenly King Wang from sacrificing himself. The Wang family and the war god family have never been one and the same. The two may seem inseparable, but there is a clear distinction in their bones. If the mistakes made by the descendants 10,000 years later are turned around and blamed on the heroic ancestors who sacrificed themselves for the continent 10,000 years ago, not only is it illogical, it's even more ridiculous. If this continues, when the government comes out to stop it, it will definitely cause people to reflect and even resent it. Once this kind of reflection and resent reaches a certain scale, it will be our turn to suffer. It's still the same thing. The Wang clan and the War God clan are 1, 2, 2, 1. Previously, they were treated as one. If they were to fight back now, they would gain the glory of the War God clan and go against the current. Once the higher-ups make a move, They will be defending Heavenly King Wang's position as the war god. The Wang family will also wait for an opportunity to make a strong counterattack. When that time comes, it will be like pushing out a god from each side to fight against the other. No matter how famous the old principal is, no matter how popular he is, how can he be a match for Heavenly King Gu Hong, the hero of the continent? When that time comes, the losing side will completely sink into oblivion. The old principal will also be nailed to the pillar of shame by their counterattack. I can even imagine it. An ordinary old woman who has taught for a few years actually wants to be mentioned in the same breath as the god of war? She wants to replace the war god? How laughable. It will be enough to turn the tide. Heavenly King Wang's sacrifice created the well-being of the entire continent, and he Yuanhua taught a few students. That's it? Replace Heavenly King Wang? The Wang family is indeed a 10,000-year-old family. They have really found the most suitable entry point, the point of counterattack. Zhou Xiaoduo's face fell into an unprecedented gloominess. Now, we need to guide them. We can't continue to talk about the war god family. Li Chenglong sighed. Right now, there's a huge uproar on the internet. It's not easy to guide them. Zhou Xiaoduo thought for a moment, then suddenly frowned and said in a deep voice, "There may be a way." He quickly logged into his online account, compiled a post, and posted it. Ranger and Li Chenglong almost peed their pants when they saw the title of the post.
Boss.
What are you doing? Hurry up and delete it.
Swa.
You. Zhou Xiaoduo said calmly, "It's fine. I've thought it through." The muscles on their faces twitched as cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. Because the title of the post was as such. Shocking. The sky inspecting minister, whose name had shaken the entire continent, was actually such a person. Why is a young girl living on the streets? Why was his son reduced to trash? Why did an 80-year-old woman cry bitterly every night? Why are 3 million sows howling in the middle of the night? Everything. I am willing to risk the world's condemnation to tell you in detail. The title was bolded in red. This question was simply too shocking. In less than 10 breaths of time after the post was posted, there were already 7,000 hits. Then, in a short minute, the number of hits broke through 500,000 and continued to soar. The content of the post. This humble servant was fortunate enough to have met the minister in person. The minister was humorous, witty, dignified, and solemn. He was an amiable and respectable elder. I will talk about my experiences with the minister later in the post. However, at the beginning of this post, I want to remind everyone that the Wang clan was wrong and cannot be forgiven. The Wang clan's crimes were too numerous to be recorded. But all of this had nothing to do with Heavenly King Gu Hong from 10,000 years ago. Heavenly King Gu Hong sacrificed himself heroically and died 10,000 years ago. He was born in a clan and enjoyed the glory of the god of war clan. It was reasonable and righteous. This was also the treatment that people should give to heroes. However, 10,000 years later, the Wang clan of today was so notorious. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Comparing the current Wang clan with Heavenly King Wang is the greatest insult to him. It's fine for us to scold the current Wang clan because they deserve to be scolded. They have to be scolded. They have to be scolded. They have to be scolded loudly. They have to be scolded by thousands of people. But when you scold them, can you not use the word war god? And you can't insult our heroes. To put it bluntly, the Wang clan and the god of war are two different things. How can they be lumped together? We should look at the problem dialectically, look at the essence, look at the truth. The entire post only had a few sentences, but it had already explained the matter clearly. It pointed out the flaws of the current situation and pointed out the key points. At the end, it was signed, Crystal Cat. Zhou Xiaonian stretched her neck and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo's post with a smile. She couldn't help but give Zhou Xiaoduo a thumbs up. Xiaoduo, you are really something. The most eye-catching part of this post was that it used the title to lure people in. The first sentence at the beginning was, "I am very familiar with the minister." This increased the credibility of the post by a lot. Then it was reasoning. It was all linked together, and linked together. in the entire online world who would dare to joke about the minister. Therefore, as long as people saw the reasoning behind this post, they would naturally think about it and accept it. And this main title was really too scary. Almost everyone who saw it would click on it to take a look. And now, there was a national movement on the internet. As more and more people clicked on it, the number of clicks increased, and this post was quickly pushed to the top. In the end, the words Sky Patrol Minister were bolded in red on the original basis. At the very top, it shone brightly and forcefully took the top spot on the trending list. This time, even more people clicked on it. In just a few minutes, the number of clicks had already exceeded 10 million. Then it whistled all the way to over 100 million clicks, 1 billion clicks. It rushed madly. If someone else made such a post, even if it didn't cause a lot of trouble, there would still be a lot of follow-up. However, Zhuo Xiaoyan and Zhuo Xiaoduo were clear about it. When the two of them posted it, there was no taboo and no difficulty at all. Even if they were to put it more harshly, at most they would be spanked. It wouldn't hurt. In view of this, Zhuo Xiaoyan, who had the same capital, was full of admiration. Why didn't I think of it? Zhuo Xiaoduo's quick-wittedness was simply too amazing. Zhuo Xiaoyan's eyes were shining with admiration. Duo, you're really amazing. You actually came up with a solution so quickly. You're amazing. Only then did she see Zhuo Xiaoduo's online username. She frowned and was puzzled. Crystal cat. What does it mean? Cough, cough, cough. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and said without changing his expression, it means a shiny cat. Zhuo Xiaoyan was even more puzzled.
Cat.
How can it be shiny? Isn't your Nian Nian cat always shiny? There are ice crystals everywhere, and every drop is crystal clear. Zhuo Xiaoduo flattered. It's very beautiful, very beautiful. You're the shiny one. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted coldly and said, You're a shiny puppy. Yes, I'm a shiny puppy. Woof, woof. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of saliva. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoyan's cold face suddenly changed. She couldn't help but laugh, and the issue of her online username was instantly forgotten. Even Mo Xuani was overjoyed and laughed. Look at Zhuo. He had a good temper and was especially good to his wife. He was almost as good as the little fatty Yu Xiaoxia. Well, why did I say that I was almost as good as Xiaoxia? What's the point of comparing with him? With this post on the internet, it will have a great deterrent effect. Li Chenglong said. How big of a storm can a post like this cause? Can it overturn the situation and reverse the situation? Yu Xiaoxia really felt that it was inconceivable and unbelievable. Li Chenglong stared at the screen and said, As the saying goes, a person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. This post directly attacked the minister. Otherwise, how could there be so many clicks now? The most important thing is that the official account didn't come out to deal with this post. They didn't even choose to hide or delete it. In the eyes of the world, the official account recognizes the authenticity of this post. At least, the official account recognizes that this person is indeed related to the sky inspecting minister. Based on this conclusion, people will naturally think twice. Correspondingly, the Wang family's counterattack this time will not only fail to achieve the expected effect, but it will also be difficult to cause too much of a storm. It will even be difficult for them to pull themselves together and suffer a crushing defeat. What if the Wang family takes down this post? If they could take any action, the Wang family would have done it long ago. But until now, they are still standing strong and healthy. This is tantamount to saying that this post is protected. You should understand what I'm saying, right? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes. He really didn't have the interest to talk to Yu Xiaoxia anymore. Is this guy an idiot? This kind of trash is actually the future clan head of the Yu family? I really don't know what the Yu family's basic requirements are for selecting a clan head. Isn't the threshold too low? Netizens all over the world can see and think of this, but he can't see it. Is he blind? Has his brain been eaten by dogs? Yu Xiaoxia felt very wronged. If the author didn't want to use my mouth to explain to those people who don't understand, I wouldn't have acted so stupid, Li Chenglong continued to think. Yu Xiaoxia continued to report, Zhuo, I have another piece of news. That morning, the clan head of the Wang family, Wang Han, went to visit the Nian family. However, he didn't even enter the door. The clan head of the Nian family, Nian Shangqing, personally stood at the door and slapped Wang Han, telling him to get lost. Many people saw this. Now it has become the most popular strange story in Shangjing. There's actually such a thing? Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong raised their heads at the same time. Chapter 1158. The head of the Nian family beat someone up personally? He even scolded them?
That
Seems a little too harsh, doesn't it? Li Chenglong did not understand the situation in Shangjing. The Nian family is related to the Yu family by marriage. They have long disliked the Wang family. This time, Grandpa Nian beat up Wang Han personally. This is true. Yu Xiaoxia said, Grandpa Nian has a fiery temper. He is the kind of person who will not let things slide if he doesn't beat up Wang Han personally. His temper has always been like this. Li Chenglong's mouth twitched. All right. Also, the Nian family is like the Lu family. They are suppressing the Wang family in all aspects, from the political situation, the officialdom, and civil organizations. They are suppressing them as much as they can. Especially those companies that belong to the Wang family, they are especially harsh. If they can use commercial means, they will use commercial means. If they can't, they will use military means to destroy them. The Wu family, the Lu family, the Lu family, and a few other families are doing the same. Now, only the Yu family and the families of the 4 great generals of the East, West, North, and South are not doing anything. We are not helping either side. Ranger explained, it's not that we don't want to help either side, it's just that we're all military families, and Heavenly King Gu Hong had some connections with these families back then. We can't just kick them when they're down. We understand. Li Chenglong sighed and nodded. It's good enough that you don't help either side. But I really do. Li Chenglong smiled. The fact that you're here today shows that you're on our side, even though you're not helping either side. It's just that you can't do anything on the surface, that's all. You understand very well. Yu Xiaoxia was inexplicably touched. Li Chenglong was too understanding. There is also news. Wang Wu of the Wang family, one of the former vice ministers of the military, was arrested for corruption. Yu Xiaoxia said, he embezzled 1,700,000 astral souls. The evidence is conclusive. What a huge sum of money. To think that a member of the Wang clan, a member of the upper echelon, would actually embezzle so much money. Truly, truly. Li Chenglong stopped talking halfway. He really couldn't make up any more stories. Also, this topic was too sensitive and could easily be 404'd. Therefore, everyone understood and smiled. That was good. Since I've already seen through everything, there's no need to say it aloud. It's fine as long as we both know what's in our hearts. For a moment, everyone had the demeanor of a wise man on their faces. The people of the Wang clan from all over the world are all returning to Shangjing. The fighting power of the Wang clan is returning from all directions. Yu Xiaoxia said, many of the Wang family members were ambushed on their way back. Although there were some who managed to break through the blockade and return, there were also many who died without a complete corpse in a foreign land. This storm has already shown signs of sweeping across the entire Star Soul realm. Is the Wang clan that powerful? Sweep through the entire Astral Soul realm? Is it really that exaggerated? Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't hide the shock on his face. You'll never know how much resources such a long-established family has, how much investment they have made, how many shares they hold, and how many businesses they operate. Basically, the Wang clan has a stake in every single one of the most profitable enterprises in Astral Souls. Even if they can't be the dominant ones, they still have a share of 1 or 2%. But now, many companies are either being cancelled or going bankrupt, or being restructured and liquidating their shares. The overall situation has already become like a landslide. A collapsing wall is being pushed down by everyone. The Wang clan has endured a lot of ups and downs for thousands of years, and it's really showing signs of collapsing. The members of the Wang clan who are fighting at the Sun Moon Pass are the safest. Xiaoduo said calmly. What I want to know the most now is whether the people the Wang clan sent to Phoenix City have returned.
You don't have to tell me that.
That direction is the most important. From the sky to the ground, an inescapable net has been set up, and an indiscriminate search has been carried out. The military, the government, and countless cultivators who have entered the Dao from Phoenix City's second high are all lying in ambush on that road. The Yu clan also has people guarding that road. The Nian clan, the Wu clan, and others. Even the 4 major clans of the East, South, West, and North have all arranged people to wait for an opportunity to act. Especially the Liu family. All of the top forces that they can bring out are on that path. They're just waiting to catch those people. Everyone knows that those people are of the utmost importance right now. They are the most important witnesses, no less. It's a pity that after such a long time, we still haven't found anything and no news has been sent back. What's even more maddening is that we don't know the names of those people at all. So far, we only know that they were sent by the Wang clan, but we don't know who exactly they are. At this point, little Hero Yu's tone was full of distress. Xiaoduo pondered and said, I know their names, nicknames, figures, and faces. You know?
Really?
Li Chenglong and little Hero Yu were both excited. The thing that they had searched high and low for had actually fallen into Xiaoduo's hands? This turn of events was a little unbelievable. Xiaoduo nodded. When I visited the Liu clan last time, I wanted to tell them this news, but after thinking about it, I realized that it was greatly inappropriate. The Liu clan's desire for revenge is unquestionable, but they don't have any peak experts in their clan. As for those fellows who went to Phoenix City to cause trouble, the Wang clan sent out peak sky realm experts to ensure their safety. If the Liu clan were to make a move, even if they managed to kill those fellows, they would most likely suffer great losses. Wang Chong continued. How would I know that those people would become the enemy of the entire nation, extreme criminals? Things changed too quickly. Xiaoduo was really regretting it now. He really didn't expect that there would be so many people interested in this matter. However, it wasn't too late now. There was still room for redemption. Xiaoduo looked at little Hero Yu and thought for a while, then muttered, if this matter is handed over to the Yu clan to handle. As he said that, he looked at Li Chenglong. Li Chenglong and Xiaoduo had been close friends for many years, so he instantly understood and seemed to ponder. Little Hero Yu's face was full of anxiety, looking at Li Chenglong eagerly. This was an important opportunity. Little Hero Yu knew very well that if the Yu clan could take this matter and complete it beautifully, it would greatly improve his relationship with Xiaoduo. As a member of the Yu clan, little Hero Yu's family was prominent and famous. He didn't need to pay attention to the relationships of most people in this world. However, little Hero Yu valued his friends like Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong very much. Since he was young, the ranger had not made many friends. Even if he did get along well, they were just drinking buddies who chatted with each other. Since they were all children of the big families in Shangjing, they naturally knew each other. However, it would be a joke to talk about who could have a heart-to-heart with whom. However, Xiaoduo and the others didn't care about little Hero Yu's family background when they first met. They laughed and scolded each other, calm and unrestrained. This was the way friends interacted with each other that little Hero Yu didn't know. Not only were they comfortable, but they also had a sense of steadiness as true friends. Besides, although little Hero Yu was a foppish playboy, his eyes were very sharp. Ever since the experience in the Starry Mountains, little Hero Yu could see that the team created by Xiaoduo had unlimited potential. Not to mention Xiaoduo, who was invincible. Anyone in the team was a top-notch talent, a first-class heavenly son of heaven. Such a team, as long as they didn't die prematurely, would definitely become giants that shook the world in the future. On top of that, there was Xiaoduo, a ruthless character, who was like the sky holding down the fort. No one dared to make any small moves. Such a team was definitely a hidden dragon that could rise to the sky at any time. Based on this understanding, little Hero Yu made up his mind at that time. Even if he had to bark like a dog every day, he had to sneak in. In order to live the rest of his life and live a happy life, face was nothing, it was just a shoe pad. If the clan could really get hold of the details of those few people's identities and successfully take them down, it would be equivalent to taking a solid step forward. Li Chenglong pondered for a long time and finally said, "It's not impossible to hand it over to the clan, but there's one thing that needs to be clear. Only by saying it first can we not delay the important matters." Little Hero Yu immediately straightened his chest and said, "Go ahead and say it." Li Chenglong pondered and said, "You also said that the Wang clan is a clan that has been around for many generations, so we mustn't underestimate them. If the Yu clan has the intention to set up this operation, we must send enough experts to strike like lightning and finish off these targets in one fell swoop." 8 to 10 Sky Soar Realm experts. I don't think we can take them down. Even if we send out Dao integration experts, it might not be easy. That can't be right. Even if all 5 of them are peak Sky Soar Realm experts, they shouldn't be so difficult to deal with. Little Hero Yu was flabbergasted. "I'm not saying this to scare you, but to make sure everything is well prepared," Zhou Xiaoduo said with a gloomy face. "If it's just the Wang clan alone, with the Yu clan's strength, it'll be easy to take them down. However, the situation has changed. If our guess is correct and the Southern Dipper and Northern Dipper are really involved, then this matter has become extremely troublesome. If the people sent out aren't strong enough or are too few, they might even be killed by the traps set by the other party." Back in Phoenix City, a single left assistant star emissary was enough to make us battered and exhausted. Although that left assistant star emissary was only at the cloud transformation realm at that time, but all kinds of schemes still make people shudder when they think about it. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.